Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Bianca, how are you? Libra Moon, how are you? Hey Courtney, how are you tonight? Hey Vapor, how are you? Caddy and Philip, how are y'all? Courtney, I'm doing good. Vapor, doing good. Hey KK, how are you? Ron John, how are you? Drunk Turkey, how are you? Okay, y'all. Hold on just one second. Hey Truth Seeker, how are you tonight? Nightbot does not want to work for some reason. Hey Matt, how are you? Okay, there it goes. All right, so my email's pinned to the top if y'all need to send anything to me. Mr. Rosebud, how are you? Hey Daisy, how are you? HT, how are you tonight? Hey Tree Baby, how are you? Philip, I am doing good. William, be safe while you're driving, and don't be commenting while you're driving. Thank you, Popa. He always wants to show up late for work. Hey Carol, how are you? Hey Don F, how are you? Princess Megan, is it starting to cool off where you're at? Hey Boomer Girl. All right, y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in. Oh, Princess Megan, so that's a lot better than what it has been. Will B, it's good to see you as well. 9mm, how are you? Mr. Rosebud, I hope that your mom comes through her surgery good. And no, it's not rain, it's just my air conditioner going. It's sitting like right beside my desk. Hey Emily, how are you? Meta Mom, how are you? Excuse me. Princess Megan, we only have technically a little over 24 hours before it is September. Hopefully, it will start cooling off. All right, y'all. So we got some new documents today. A few of them, actually. I think like 6 or 7. Give me 1 second and let me get them pulled up here. Bring the sass for Lindy. All right. Well, I'm going to do the one about uh, the notice of intent not to cross-examine the defense witnesses first, FOFA. Then we're going to get into Wendy's. Okay, and I did talk to Riddler today. He said that him and his mom made it through the storm. There was like minimum damage, I believe he said, in his town. And at that time, they hadn't lost electricity. So I haven't heard from Summer. KK, have you heard from her and how they made it out in the storm? You need sales support. I'm here to serve. Fofa, you want to come up on panel? Oh, let me grab a link. Okay, Glowbug, is she okay? Hey, Sally, how are you? Okay, Summer said she was okay. Okay, good. All right, so I dropped you a link if you want to come up. Hey, Sharon, how are you? All right, Fofa, just let me know. And I will drop you a link. She's got a lot of rushing water behind her house, but it's okay so far. Okay, that is good to hear, Glowbug. Glad so far everyone is that we know has made it through it okay. Floated in the street behind the house if she was ready if it gets closer. So KK, does she expect it to get closer to her house, the water? Sharon, I agree with you on that. Every day above ground is a great day. I agree with that. Hey, Sima, how are you? Now, Millimeter, tell your hubby that we all said thank you for watching. Honey says all is fun in Tampa, in North Tampa, so that is good. Oh, Lord, KK. I'm just glad that they're all right. So that is all that matters. All right. Let me get my chat back on live chat because it is unbounced back to top. All right. So this document here was put out by the state. So it's a notice of intent and not to cross-examine the defense witnesses, district court decision, and records to explain a witness contact. Hey, River, how are you? All right, so at the hearing on the state's motion for a protective order and the defendant's third motion to compel, held on August the 18th, the court allowed the state to reserve a cross-examination of the two witnesses. That was Gabriela Vargas, who the defense disclosed without a CV the day before the hearing, and Leah Larkin, for whom the defense disclosed a PowerPoint presentation for the first time during her direct examination. The court has determined that it need not cross-examine either of these witnesses. Hey, Caroline, how are you? Too fast, how are you? In addition, the state mentioned during its argument at the hearing that Judge Whitney in Canyon County ruled on a similar issue 1 week prior to the hearing and that the state would provide the written ruling once available. So the transcript of that hearing is now available, and the relevant portion of the transcript is attached as Exhibit A. And I'm not going to read that whole Exhibit A, but I will put the link in the chat if y'all want to go take a look at it. River, thank you for joining us tonight. So finally, at the hearing on August 23rd, 2023, defense counsel suggested in open court that the state had improperly contacted Ms. Vargas. The state has attached under seal as Exhibit B the reports and other records that explain the contact. So the state would ask this court to grant the requested protective order or permit the state to present the information it seeks to protect to the court in an in-camera hearing. So that was signed by William Thompson and Jeff Nye on the 29th of August. Don't know why it needed to be under seal, because I kind of wanted to know why they went out and contacted Ms. Vargas. And like what the whole reason for that was. Why did they feel the need to go out and do that? So I guess now we won't know until this goes to trial, whenever that is. Okay, so that's just a certificate of delivery. And then here is, starting on page 4 of 24 pages, it's the motion hearing for the one that was stated in the document. And I'm going to grab the link real quick, post it in the chat. All right, so that way if anybody wants to go take a look at it and read that whole transcript, you're more than welcome to. Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? So they're not going to be cross-examining Vargas or Larkin for whatever their reason is. Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you? Tiff, I am doing good, thank you. That they are federal, so how come they are blaming this on the prosecution? Loaded Hot, you talking about them going out and talking to Vargas? Apparently, the prosecutor is the one that sent the FBI out there. Christy, Vargas, Gabriela Vargas and Leah Larkin were the two genetic genealogists that had got up and testified in the August 18th hearing that Bryan had. Vargas is the one that had the pink hair, and then Larkin was the other lady that had testified. And then there was also Stephen Mercer, but nothing's been brought up about him. He's just an attorney that has experience with the genetic genealogy stuff and all that. But for some reason, the prosecutor sent the FBI out to visit and interrogate Gabriela Vargas about her testimony on the 18th. You think musical? Honey, I said the same thing. I wouldn't have talked to him unless my attorney was there. But also, she could have had her attorney there. Yes, Christy, she was there on behalf of the defense. Gabriela Vargas, Leah Larkin, and Stephen Mercer, all three, were there on behalf of the defense that day. And the state at that time decided that they was not going to cross-examine them. They were going to be able to do it at a later date, and now they're coming out with this document saying that they're not going to cross-examine them. Musical, I agree. I wish we knew why FBI went out there, what was said on Vargas's side, because the prosecutor is claiming that she was using electronic devices uh, regarding her testimony. Like she did that afterwards, after she had testified. And that is the reason why the FBI was sent out there to interrogate her. Like I said, she could have had her attorney with her. We don't know if she did or she didn't. But it would have been nice to know what was going on in that conversation. Riddler, how are you? Riddler says, "Thank you all for your prayers and concerns. We dodged a bullet. The hurricane has passed, and we, Mom and I, are always safe. No flooding and no tornadoes." So, Riddler, that is good. Just 1 second. Oh, Lord. Hold on. I'm trying to invite in chat, and I got the wrong link. Storm Spotter, how are you? Hey, Kim, how are you? GNP, how are you? I don't know. It's going to be interesting when this trial does get started and that gets brought up about the FBI going out there. I don't know. Uh, Sharon, some people are saying because she was saying that she changed some of her testimony. We don't really know the full reason why. Hey, Adjusted Fate, how are you? Mr. Thompson said Vargas was recanting and that's why he sent the FBI. I don't know. See, that's why I don't like all this stuff being under seal. I'm nosy and I want to know what happened. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Christy, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hello, everyone. So
So,
this is good for the defense, they say in chat.
honestly, I don't know if it's good for him or not. I mean, if it is true that she's recanting some of her testimony, why is she doing that? But then again, the prosecutor finds out about it somehow, whether it's people turning her in or however he found out about it. Then he sends the FBI. So I really don't know how to think of what to think of it. I just want to know what was said. Like that whole sealed exhibit that the state is turning over to the court. Like I want to read it. I want to know what all is in there.
Na 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 na, you gotta wait.
See, that's not even funny.
Hey, so during my live earlier, Lady V said she had to leave because she didn't feel good and was going to lay down, so she probably won't be here tonight. If not, that's why.
Okay, well, I hope she gets to feeling better.
Yeah.
Riddler and Fofa, how are y'all?
Good. How are you?
Doing
Doing
good.
fine. Thank you.
Riddler, I'm glad that you and your mom are doing good. And y'all made it through the storm okay.
Yeah, we dodged a bullet, but some of the counties to the west of us, they weren't so fortunate, and they have never experienced hurricanes. Never.
Oh, oh
And
wow.
yeah, they've never experienced hurricanes. Those counties never had that type of wind and rain and seeing tidal surges coming in. So they're having a time at it right now.
Yeah, I've seen some videos that was posted on social media, and it's just people losing their houses and the flooding, and uh, I can't remember if it was Reed Timmer. I believe is the one who posted the video. He was out in the middle of it. The
He
one,
was on an island. His
just
hotel was an island on the
the
island.
wind coming through, the surge coming in, like he was just out in the in the middle of it. But
The video I saw, he was on a bridge
that
next to the house.
Yeah,
And the
that
top
was
of the bridge,
before
the
he
water
got
over.
like stuck on an island that was his hotel or wherever he was staying.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one of them that I seen. Well, maybe it wasn't him that was out driving around then. It must have been who else was it that I seen today then? Somebody was out in it, and it like the wind just going crazy, all kind of debris and all that. It must not have been him, but I did see him though on the balcony because I was
Oh my
thinking, good Lord, he's literally just like right there at the water. Is he going to be able to get up to the next floor if the water comes up any higher? Hey, Julie.
I know he always puts his life on the line, but you know what, guys? If something ever happens to Reed while he's doing this, he died doing something he absolutely loved.
Right, that is true. Uh, Boomer Girl, was Reed in Perry? Because I did see somebody in Perry.
No, Reed was on Cedar Key.
Cedar Key.
Okay, so whoever it was that was in Perry is
Was it
the one.
ALR?
No, it wasn't him.
Was it what's his name? There's, I think Vince was there. And
I don't remember
what's
who it
the other
was.
guy that goes? It's like, I forgot what his name is, but he's always on the streams there with Reed and Connor, and then he's the other one.
I'll have to go
don't
back
know.
on Twitter. I just remember somebody was in Perry, and that's where the wind was like whipping really bad.
I don't know who was with Reed, but in the video that I watched of him on the bridge, they were walking through the water in the neighborhood, and one of the guys, I don't know if it was Reed or the one he was with, but one of them was like, do you think we're getting fecal matter in our pee hole?
Oh God. No, KK, it wasn't Ron Hall either. I don't remember who it was. I just remember I watched so many videos of the state of Florida today and what they were going through and the flooding. And there was one person that did a video of this mobile home and it was underwater in less than an hour. Bofa is always causing trouble, Sally Mae said. Hey,
Not
Dan,
yet.
how are you? Not yet. Will be, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Hi, Wilby. Hey, Riddler.
Hello.
Hi, Wilby.
Hello,
everybody.
Bopa.
JLR filmed a live Free Perry.
Yes, JLR is a storm chaser now, Scarlett. He was, oh yeah, he was in all the.
I seen yesterday that he was out doing it, and I had said last night that I hope that he's okay and doesn't get hurt. I mean, I didn't want none of the storm chasers that was out there to get hurt, so I'm just glad that everybody's okay. And I think Riddler, didn't you say there was one death that was reported or two?
I saw where there was 2 that have passed away due to the storm. Horseshoe Beach caught the worst part. They had 9-foot surge.
Where did it hit? Did it hit Cedar Key?
Well, it went north of Cedar Key. It hit Horseshoe Beach, or actually it's another place it hit, but it's close to Horseshoe Beach. But
do you know if it hit land on the 29th or the 30th?
it hit land on the 30th.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I was still live this morning, it had never hit yet.
Okay. Because you know about the 29th, right, Scarlett?
I know about what?
29th.
No, what?
Louisiana's scared of the 29th because all the bad hurricanes that we've had, like 5 or 6, were on the 29th.
Oh, I never even thought of that. I know Rita or Katrina and Rita that came through.
And Ida, too, 2 years ago.
Well, Laura did too.
See, they got like 5 or 6 of them that hit on the 29th. And I'll send you the thing that has all of them listed. But yeah, that's why I was wondering another one on the 29th, but it was the 30th.
Yeah, I didn't even think about Rita, Katrina, and Laura all hit in August here. Dan Davis said he thinks you're talking about Hudson Beach.
I don't think it was Hudson. There was another beach around there, but there's one called Horseshoe Beach. They took a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
They took the big winds, 100+ mile an hour winds.
I know where JLR was. He said that he went through 100-something mile an hour winds too. I don't know exactly where he was, but
He was in Perry.
yeah, I think that does sound familiar, Popa.
Does he have some kind of custom uh, automobile built for storms? Because I mean,
No, he doesn't.
if you're a true storm chaser, I mean, you
Oh,
really.
he's not. He's not.
I
I
think
know
this is
that,
like
but I
probably
mean,
the first one he's did.
Yeah, he's a true crime YouTuber.
yeah, I know
This
that.
is
But if
oh,
you
this
really
the
chase storms, you need the appropriate gear. A car built, some of those cars, those guys that really do it all the time, are built like tanks.
he just needs views. Will be. That's all. That's what. I mean, that's what everybody does it for. Views. So he went through it to a storm. People are interested in that.
The storm made landfall as a Cat 3. It downgraded just before it came on the shore.
Oh, that's good too.
Yeah, I mean, it was only 5 miles an hour it dropped. It was just on the verge of a 4.
That's like Ida was on the verge of a 5, and certain places in our city did get Cat 5 winds.
Dan Davis said that he got wind gusts of 90 miles per hour, took out his carport, and flooded his shed.
Oh,
From this hurricane?
Yes, he's in Florida as well.
Oh, dang.
I'm just glad everybody. I hate it for the ones who passed away in it. But
thank goodness there was only 2 for it being
right.
such a storm in a place where they never had to.
It could always be worse.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I'd asked Riddler today when I'd emailed him back, "Hey, JC," and he had heard any reports of any injuries or anything like that, and he wrote me back and was like, "Only 2." So yeah, I hate it, but yeah, it could have been worse. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm caught up in chat so I can go grab my next.
I can't believe there's an area of the coast of Florida that's not ever had a hurricane. Is there more?
That's new to me. I thought the whole state
I
had.
know, me too.
See, places like Jasper and the northern part of the right there at the Panhandle, they've never experienced the hurricanes.
I would have figured the whole state.
Most of them go over towards Pensacola, Panama City. We haven't and here in Jacksonville, we never had the eye make landfall. Can you believe that? Now, we had Dora, which was a big one, but it went in at St. Augustine and then came up the river. And that's a big river, St. John's River. It came up the river here in Jacksonville and it flooded it. But Irma was the worst thing I've seen here. And that was a 4 when it hit at Miami, just went straight up the state. And by the time it got to us, it was like 70 mile an hour winds. But because St. John's River is about the only river that flows north in the northern hemisphere, it was blowing it back in. It couldn't get back out to sea. So where'd it go? Went over the banks. It went into all the cities and rivers. So depending on your geographic location, you could be chest deep in water, knee deep in water. Those are your 2 options.
As odd as it may sound, I lived in Florida right after I graduated college. I was playing golf on the mini tour down there, but the coldest I have ever been was in Orlando, Florida. And it was about January. It was very windy. The air was really moist, and it was blowing real hard, and it just went right through your body. But you would never expect to be that cold in Florida.
Yeah, it was cold. Sometimes it's colder in Florida than it is in Alaska. People don't understand that. And if that Gulf Stream shifts, we freeze.
Yeah, it was just the moisture and the wind together. It just went right through you.
Yeah, the northeasters here are really brutal because it's blowing the cold air from up north right into us.
They're saying the South is supposed to have a bad winter this year. I don't want it. Hey, Evie, I don't want it to be too bad, but as hot as it has been here, I'm ready for the colder weather.
Yeah, they're predicting snow in Georgia.
Yeah, I think Arizona is going to be colder than normal also.
We haven't had very many good snows in North Carolina, and I can't tell you how many winters.
I don't like the snow.
And we used to get 2, 3, 4 a year growing up.
Sharon says she likes the Florida cold.
But I
Probably
mean,
because
like
it's
usually
very
on Christmas Day, we can walk out. Most Floridians can walk out to their mailbox in short pants.
and flip flops.
Right, right. I mean around Christmas
Still.
Day. But I've seen some brutal Christmases. We had one where it snowed here, and everybody was going wild on Christmas morning, and the whole city had to shut down because we don't have anything to get the ice off the roads with. The airport was shut down. It was just brutal here during then, and then I had to, then I get activated, and I says, "How am I going to get there?"
Hey, did all y'all
Slowly.
pipes burst like they did in Texas that one time?
I'm
What?
sorry.
Remember when that Texas had that storm and all their pipes burst and the water was out and the lights
That
was
was just a
there?
year ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
was
that
it
was.
like that, Riddler? Or no, not that bad. When you
That
No,
was.
said about the cold, did the pipe burst and all that stuff or no?
not here at my house or any of the ones around us. There's some old houses because there's some really old houses that aren't built well. They've had some pipe burst, and they still get it here. I mean, we still get 18 degrees, sometimes 22 degrees at night in the
It's
wintertime.
probably
But
not very often, probably.
yes, yeah, I'm in the northern part, about
Mhm.
three. You might get it 3 days out of the year, and see if you go to Miami, you don't even see fireplaces down there.
Right. TJ's wanting it to snow in Louisiana, y'all. I don't want no snow.
He's still in Florida. He just posted 2 videos of storm surge and gas station damage. One's in Perry and one's in Arapica.
Did y'all
Sorry.
see the video of the guy in the car and a tornado is right in front of him and it lifts the car up
Oh, yes, I seen that one too. Flips it
Yeah.
upside down. Yep.
and
What?
has a panic attack?
Yep.
What
I saw that
happened?
one.
There's a gentleman, he's in traffic. It's kind of heavy traffic. It's storming and a tornado comes right across, small one, but it lifts the car up off the ground and flips it in front of him.
Hits another car.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I was saying about JLR not having, a car built for that. If he ever gets in the wrong situation, he'll be in a bad place.
Yeah. It's a very dangerous job.
and Dan Davis is right. It has snowed in Miami before. Matter of fact, it got close to snowing in Cuba one time. We had that real bad storm come through.
I'm
That's
sorry,
crazy.
but no one can change my mind. Reed is the best storm chaser there is.
Betty Joe, is she in South Carolina or North Carolina? Do y'all
North.
remember? Okay. 'Cause Sally Mae was asking.
And she said like 40 minutes from Charlotte.
Okay.
I'm about an hour from Charlotte.
Oh, cool. Y'all might be neighbors.
Okay,
Possibly.
so is the storm, it's not going through North Carolina, just through South Carolina?
We
I
haven't
haven't
seen much yet, but I just pulled up the weather a while ago, and it's starting to show a lot more cloud and things off the coast and
Okay.
what have you. But
And
we've
she
been
not
so
in
lucky. We have not had any of this hot weather like everybody else.
hot water.
Hot water, hot weather.
Is Betty Joe not in here, Scarlett?
No. She's
Oh, I
not.
saw her earlier, so she was good earlier.
Heather, yes, that is the document that I just read about
She might come in later.
the
About that document and
the
wait,
first one I read.
well, yeah, but it's related
Okay.
to this one too. I went back and I listened to the recording to see exactly what Bill Thompson said, and I wrote it down. So he said, over the weekend, after Ms. Vargas had testified, she engaged in some electronic communications with others in the IGG. Yeah, in the IGG. Those indicated, as reported to our investigators that she was reneging on some of the things she had testified to in court. When I heard that, I reached out to the investigators and asked, "Can you find out what's going on?" And the FBI indeed undertook the investigation and entered reports that some points in her declaration she inadvertently agreed to or signed before reading it. That's what he said when he stood up in response.
So she, in her electronic device communication, she's basically saying that she was recanting part of what she said on the stand.
Yeah, but we also don't know what part and to what extent, and also, like, it could have even had to do with other cases. It could have had to. I mean, obviously, it was what she testified to, but we just have no idea. But the one thing that did confirm is that he was the one that contacted them, and he's the one that sent the FBI to go and talk to her. So there's no need to bring her up for cross-examination because they already did an interview with her and got all the answers that they wanted.
Right. Okay. I'm glad you went back and listened to it because that audio was like so hard to hear anything that was being said.
Yeah, but that is so very nice of you. Thank you.
That's why it took me a minute to decipher my notes because I had a bunch of things scratched out where I couldn't hear it properly.
I know I was going to ask you, I was like, can you read your handwriting?
I can read my handwriting, but the problem is that I had to keep changing what I was writing and had to follow it after that.
Her notes probably look like mine. You got to write something, you have to scratch something out and then rewrite what you were writing. Mine are, a lot of my notes are like that. All right. So this document that I have, and I do have it pulled up, right? Yes. Okay. All right. So this document that I have here is also from the state, and it's just a motion to temporarily seal the Exhibit B of the state's notice of intent not to cross-examine the defense witnesses. And it says, come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing Exhibit B of the state's notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, a district court decision, and records to explain the witness contact herein because release or disclosure would 1. Interfere with enforcement proceedings. 2. Deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. Well, they have 2 on here twice. But constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Disclose the identity of a confidential source and or disclose investigative techniques and procedures. Now, I have to say this every single time I read one of these documents that have all of these listed. The disclosure of disclose the identity of a confidential source is not saying that there is a confidential source. It's just that is like the standard wording that has been put in all of these documents that has came out.
But in this, I would say in this case, there is an argument that there is one because it's probably whoever alerted them.
Well, that could be it. Hey, Avery, how are you?
Like
but it's like whenever they had a document like this that first came out with all of these things, everybody was running saying that there's a confidential informant in this and all that. So I'm just, every time I read one of these, I always make sure to let everybody know that's like standard wording in all of these documents. Okay, so the undersigned seek the protection pending a hearing on the matter, wherefore the state respectfully prays that the court seal from the public disclosure Exhibit B of the state's notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, a district court decision, and records to explain the witness contact herein under the provisions of the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124. So that was signed by Mr. Thompson on the 29th. And then the judge, where's it at? Comes out and orders it. Grab this one real quick and pull it up for y'all to see. All right, so the judge comes out and does the order. It's a temporary order, but he's just saying based upon the state's motion to temporarily seal Exhibit B of the state's notice of intent not to cross-examine the defense witness, district court decision and records to explain the witness contact pending hearing filed herein and no objection from the defense counsel. The court does hereby confirm and order that the Exhibit B is exempt from disclosure and are sealed pursuant to the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 for the reasons stated in the said motion and until a hearing can be held on the matter. So that was also done on the 29th. Right.
So can I go back to the lady? So because she recanted her thing, that looks bad on the defense, right?
Allegedly, she did. We don't know either way.
Well, if she did, would that look bad on the defense? Because it's their expert person?
She could have also felt intimidated.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, the FBI did just like show up at her house to talk to her about it. Now,
Also, you think she might have recanted because when the FBI got there, because they went talk to her? Is that what you mean?
Sally Mae, hold on, I don't see Heather's. Hold on just a second, y'all. She's telling me to look at Heather's comments. Oh, well, hold on. Maybe if I put my chat back on live chat, I could probably see it. Okay, Heather said, court records exempt from disclosure except as provided in paragraph H of this rule. Court records specified below are exempt from disclosure. Any willful or intentional disclosure or assessing of a sealed or exempt court record not otherwise authorized under this rule may be treated as a contempt of court. Documents and records to which access is otherwise restricted by state or federal law. Wait, there was one other one. Okay, she's saying that is the 32G1 that they were stating in that document. Vapor, that's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if she talked to him without her attorney. I would hope that she didn't. And it could have been something where they went out and talked to her and she's like, yeah, I'm not going to talk to you until my attorney's here. And then maybe, I wonder if they set up a time to meet with her attorney. Like, we don't know all that. And that's why I wish they wouldn't put stuff under seal so we could read it all.
Because we know.
I'm being straight up. I'm nosy. I want to know what all was said in that exhibit for real. Okay, I heard somebody vaping. Okay, let me grab this one real quick. Because now we're getting over to the media part of all this. Hippie Chick, do you know where she said that on Facebook? Because people are saying in the chat, y'all, that she was saying stuff on Facebook.
Do you think she would still have it up though? Or maybe someone has screenshots.
Oh, if somebody saw it, there's a screenshot. Maybe not a whole lot of people seen it. She might have hurry up and removed it. But guarantee if it was on Facebook, somebody got a screenshot of it.
It's probably, if it was on Facebook, it's probably a screenshot on Reddit for sure.
Let's see, because it said that they just showed up at her door. talk to them at that time. That's what it seems like that they're saying. I hate King Scarlet. Was that they just showed up and she sat down and had a conversation with them, but I don't know. That's why they don't need to seal everything. Lion and Lamb, how are you? Anyways, person would have recorded the situation. I'm wondering if the FBI recorded it when they were there talking to her.
Well, it says that it was reported to our investigator, or that others in the IGG field were the ones that were having the conversation, and then it was reported to our investigators that she was reneging. So, I mean, I feel like either way that we go with this, it's just speculation. We don't know. We don't know either way, and it's just kind of like he said, she said at this point, and it's just gonna. I don't know.
I don't know. I would like to know Exhibit B, like what all is she got to say for real.
So will she have to come back and retestify, or just be thrown out?
No, they're not. She's not going to be put on the stand more than likely now. I mean, she did kind of throw, and somebody even said this in chat. She did kind of throw the law enforcement under the bus, so when she was talking about the loopholes and stuff like that. Let's see. We shall see what documents the prosecution has that discredits her. Hey, Marina, how are you? I think that there's going to be a lot more documents coming out here pretty soon, y'all. All right, so she, under oath, testified to law enforcement engaging in illegal acts and investigating DNA tricks to the system. Yeah, she kind of did that. All right, let me move on to the media part that is now coming out. So this is a motion to continue the hearing date, and this is about the September 1st hearing date. So proposed interveners move the court for an order continuing the September 1st, 2023 hearing date on defendant Bryan C. Kohberger's motion to remove cameras from the courtroom. Proposed interveners separately are moving to intervene for the limited purpose of opposing Mr. Kohberger's motion. The motion was filed August 24th, with the hearing set 8 days later, which will be September the 1st. Although proposed interveners are responding as quickly as they can, counsel for the proposed interveners will be out of town on September the 1st for a long scheduled travel. Proposed interveners also seek additional time to fully respond to Mr. Kohberger's motion. Accordingly, proposed interveners seek a continuance of at least 1 week to a date convenient to the court and to the parties. So this was done by Wendy Olson. She's the attorney for all the media that's involved in this. That was like the whole non-dissemination order. Now she's coming back on this motion that the defense has filed about getting the cameras thrown out of the courtroom. Hey, must have got lost. How are you? So that was done today. So this isn't the one that you were saying all the sass was in, right? So that's the next one, ain't it?
Ooh, we get sass.
Oh yeah, Wendy Olson is. She's bringing it. Is this the one I just read? No, this is not the one I just read. Okay.
Yeah, right. She was like, all right, J-Logston, bring it. I can meet your level of sass.
All right. Let me grab this one and pull it up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the sass like Wendy Olson did, but...
Yes, Scarlett. You got to get it right.
All right, so this is the motion to intervene. This is all the Associated Press, like everybody that is involved in this. Hey, Tony, how are you? Okay, Michelle. Tonka, how are you? Okay, I was just trying to catch up in chat real quick. And can everybody see this okay? Because I may have to zoom it out just a little bit for me to
Can
be able to read.
everybody hit the like button, please? Thank you.
All right, yeah, it's showing we have 78 likes and 193 people in here. So yeah, y'all go smash the like button while I'm reading this. Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. All right. So it says on June 23rd, 2023, the court entered an order allowing 20 media outlets, with the Associated Press as the lead media outlet, to intervene in the case for the limited purpose of challenging the then in place amended non dissemination order. Order granting motion to intervene for limited purpose at 1 and 2, a nearly identical media coalition at this time consisting of 13 outlets, again seeks to intervene, at this time for the limited purpose of opposing Bryan C. Kohberger's motion to remove the cameras from the courtroom. That motion was filed August 24, 2023, and is currently set for a hearing on September the 1st of 2023, and for any other proceedings affecting media access to the proceedings, including whether cameras will be allowed in the courtroom at trial. Hey, Nomad Life, how are you? So the Idaho Supreme Court, in the Associated Press versus the Second Judicial District, made clear that even absent a specific rule in Idaho, intervention by the media on a limited basis is appropriate to defend the public's right to access and free speech. Here, intervention is particularly appropriate where the court previously sought input from the media coalition regarding cameras in the courtroom, but ultimately reserved a ruling given the high profile nature of this case, the public's interest in watching what is happening in the courtroom, and Kohberger's fundamental right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. The order reserving ruling on the issue of cameras in the courtroom at 2. Mr. Kohberger asked this court to remove cameras in the courtroom on the grounds that the media have failed to heed the court's admonishment not to focus strictly on Mr. Kohberger and to show a wide shot of the courtroom if they wish to continue filming court proceedings live. Motion at 2, Mr. Kohberger's subsequent citations to various media and social media publications do not support his position. However, for example, Mr. Kohberger cites to a Fox News article that describes the court's statements to photographers and camera persons that they should not focus exclusively on Mr. Kohberger. That Fox News story does not focus strictly on Mr. Kohberger, however. It includes photos of A. Mr. Kohberger and the defense counsel Jay Logston entering the courtroom, B. defense counsel Ann Taylor and Eliza Masseth entering the courtroom, C. the Latah County prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson into the courtroom, D. the victims, and then E. Mr. Kohberger entering the courtroom, and F. a still photo from a video of an Indiana law enforcement stop of the vehicle Mr. Kohberger and his father were in on December the 15th. And it says that Exhibit A is attached.
You might want to just scroll down to Exhibit A, just since you just read it, just to show what it says. It's all the way at the bottom.
All right, well, don't let me forget where I stopped off at.
I know where you are. Don't worry.
Okay. All right, so I'm not going to read the article here, but these are just the pictures they're referring to. There's Ron and Jay Logston, Ann and Eliza Masseth, Mr. Thompson, the victims. Like, we've seen all of these pictures over and over and over. And then there's Bryan. And then there is the car, him and his dad, when he was stopped in Indiana.
Yeah. So here they're saying, okay, this is the article that you're citing as proof, and let's take a look at what's actually in that article.
Yeah, there's like multiple pictures, and a lot of them do not have him in them.
And it's, even if he is in them, it's not really focused on him except for, I think, one.
Yeah, I think that was the only one that, just that one had him in it when he was walking into the courtroom. So, All right. So, in addition, although Mr. Kohberger argues that he is entitled to defend himself against capital charges without cameras focused on his fly,
Oh, come on, Scarlett. You can do better than that.
I can't because it's funny.
He just needs to zip it up. I mean, simple.
I can't believe that, honestly, that they literally went and found this Twitter post about this and has put it in these documents. All right, so without the cameras focused on his fly, that was in motion at 5. That assertion misstates the role that the courtroom camera coverage played in the X, formerly Twitter, social media post that appears at page 3 of his motion. No photographs or camera coverage focused on Mr. Kohberger's fly. Rather, hey, sportsy girl, how are you? Popa, you gotta quit laughing.
I'm gonna put myself on mute. Sorry.
Hey, rapper.
But also,
Y'all, she's
the
getting me in
next
trouble.
sentence.
Okay, so rather, one random X user modified a photo showing Mr. Kohberger and a deputy entering the courtroom by cropping it to a very small size, focused on his belt, and adding a reference to Mr. Kohberger's fly. Motion at 3. Even the crop photo itself does not focus on Mr. Kohberger's fly. And a broader review of the Media Coalition stories follows this court's June 27, 2023 statement shows that Media Coalition participants and other longtime media outlets have followed the court's direction. For example, a KTVB story covering the August 23rd hearing showed a variety of camera shots, including a broad shot that showed the entire courtroom, both counsel tables and the bench, a close-up of the judge, a slightly zoomed-in shot of Mr. Kohberger and his counsel, in which the zoom feed also could be seen, still shots of the victims, and an interview of a legal analyst. Okay, and then they just provided the link for that. And ABC News coverage on Good Morning America in August showed a variety of shots of the courtroom and the defendant, with still shots and stock footage of earlier developments in the case. The coverage also provided balanced coverage of the state's and Mr. Kohberger's position on the motion before the court. These stories did not focus exclusively on footage or close-ups of Mr. Kohberger. They have once again included links for that. Finally, many of the outlets who seek to intervene have significant experience in broadcasting live courtroom proceedings, including in high-profile trials that resulted in both acquittals: Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse, Ohio versus Skylar Richardson, and convictions: South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. Their camera equipment and operators are experienced and not the large, clunky, numerous camera equipment and operators that the Supreme Court expressed concern about in the Edstey versus State of Texas. In Edstey, there were at least 12 camera operators in the courtroom for a pretrial hearing, and the equipment journalists used was noisy, required cables laying throughout the courtroom, and at trial involved some newsreel style cameras. Well, I don't know what's going on, because the other day when they were having the hearing, it was noisy in there from the journalists. The court can take judicial notice that similar equipment is not involved here. Plainly, the Supreme Court concerns in Estes did not require removal of the more modest, less intrusive camera equipment being used by reporters in this case. Accordingly, the Media Coalition seeks to intervene for the limited purpose of opposing Mr. Kohberger's motion to remove the cameras from the courtroom and to make full argument and briefing on the issue. So that was also done today on the 30th. And Wendy Olson and Corey Caron, both of their names are on here. And if y'all want to go back and read the article in Exhibit A that they have included in here, I will drop that link in the chat. But it does sound like Miss Olson is on our side to keep the cameras in the courtroom.
She definitely is.
So that is a good thing.
I love how she's like, hey, newsflash. Technology has advanced since 1965. Guys, haven't noticed? So.
Yeah. But I'm just glad that she's coming in and trying to do her part on keeping the cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah.
All right. And did I post that? What is that? Okay. Okay. So I did post the link if anybody wants to go read that article that she included in there. Like I said, I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Scarlett,
No. And the
drop
point was
link.
just to show the pictures anyway.
Right. Uh, Wait, what is it, Christy?
Can you drop the link for Betty Joe, please?
Yeah, I just dropped it in chat.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, I just gotta get. All right, next time he'll learn how to zipper up his pants all the way.
He's got plenty of time to practice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play the video though that was on Twitter of his fly that they're referring to, but it was kind of funny.
Do we know if those are his clothes?
No, we don't. I don't know if it's his or if it's some that Ann has went out and bought for him, or if it's like the donation type thing that you were talking about before, Riddler.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything like that, and that will probably never be brought out. You know where they came from. Hey, Catacomb, how are you? And the only thing, Catacomb, that you've missed is just we went over the documents that were dropped today.
Because I know they went to his apartment in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they got all of his clothes or just ones they thought were suspicious for the.
Yeah,
crime.
because I remember it being said that Anne went and she into his bathroom while she was there and got a receipt out of the bathroom. So he obviously had to tell her that receipt was there. But I wonder what it was for because they never did say what this receipt was for.
And maybe he has some clothes that were in the cleaners. He says, "Go pick that up. Go to the cleaners. My suit and tie's in there."
I hate to mention other
Run these
creators,
errands.
but Gray did another video today where he showed where there was time when BK got back to his car after he left the house and the everything that happened, and there's like a minute or so in there before the car gets moving, and he came up with, he thought that's where he took his clothes and took them off and put them into a bag, possibly. And he even came down, he narrowed down the time limit to, I think, 7 minutes.
How long would he have had to do that, though? To take off his clothes, put them in a bag, make sure there's no blood or anything on it. Like, how long would that have taken him? And wouldn't that go into the minutes that it took him to do the crime?
I would say at least 5 to 10 minutes.
No. You could take your clothes off being in a hurry. I mean,
Well,
2
yeah,
minutes.
I mean, but if
I
it's
don't
got blood on them,
Yeah, he would have to be careful, I would think.
Yeah.
Putting,
Yeah, to make sure that he doesn't get blood on. If
He would
has
have to
clothes
rehearse
under.
this. He would
Yeah.
have to rehearse this in his bedroom. Because what he's doing, he's taking his clothes off, and there's a sequence he's got to go in because he's got his other clothes
yeah,
underneath.
he's got to have a trash bag there waiting, or
Right, and he's got to make sure that his hands don't touch that car if it's got red fluid on it.
right.
it's
Right.
amazing he didn't get anything in that car, in
Right.
my opinion.
Or even on the outside of the car, rubbing
Yeah.
up against
Shit.
it.
it seems to be the only thing he got right in this crime.
Had he not left that sheath, and if he did leave the sheath, he would have about committed the perfect.
Oops, I have to say allegedly he's innocent.
Allegedly, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
he
Well,
was
this
innocent
trial
until he's
needs to
proven
start.
guilty. Yeah.
he's innocent until proven guilty.
That's why this trial needs to hurry up and start. I'm ready to hear the evidence.
The sheath is what's
Honestly.
going to hang him because it places him in the house. They got to place him in that house. If he took his cell phone in the house, that right there, he's done.
Yep. I agree with you.
Like I've said, if that CAS report comes out and it shows that phone in that house, his goose is cooked. So
He might as well sit down and say I did it if his phone
we don't
shows
have
up.
an alternative answer to the question. He's answer number A. We have no answer B of someone who is a viable, possible perpetrator of this crime, connected with any kind of evidence, at least that we know of.
wait, there's one more. Oh, y'all, there was one more document.
Zoom.
Yeah, I just completely forgot about the Zoom one, which is nothing different than any of the rest. But I'm still gonna pull it up real quick because I always show all of them that they drop, and it's just basically the same as all the other Zoom things. It's the Zoom meeting ID and passcode is for the immediate family if they're not able to make it to the hearing. Uh, can't record it or live stream it. They can't give the ID or the passcode out to anyone else. Um, and it's scheduled for September the 1st at 1 o'clock. So hopefully by the time, and that's going to be Friday. So
yeah, but Scarlett, the two motions were filed at the same time, so this one's probably going to get discarded. They're probably going to give him the stay that Wendy had asked for.
That is true too. I remember you brought
because
that up.
they were both filed at 10 a.m. So these were filed at the same time, and so they wouldn't have had knowledge of the other.
Well, if so, then there should be another document that comes out tomorrow, Thursday, that says that it's not going to happen Friday.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that.
Yep, I remember you bringing that up now. I completely forgot because I didn't write it down. Hey, OCD Shaggy, how are you? But either way, as of right now, as far as we know, it is scheduled for September 1st at 1 o'clock.
So they're not going to have court Friday?
Well, originally September the 1st was scheduled for the indictment to be dismissed. Right. That's what it was originally for. Well, now that has been pushed back to, I think, what is it, September 22nd, I believe it is, because they have to give the state time to respond and then the defense respond to them and all that. So they've got all of that worked out. So instead of just completely vacating the whole September 1st hearing, then they were going to do the no cameras in the courtroom thing on Friday. Well, now that the media has came in and that attorney has asked for a continuance because she is going to be out of town on September the 1st. Oh. So she's asking that it be pushed back a week or so, whatever is convenient for the court and everybody. So like Fofa said, it could be pushed back if he grants that for Ms. Olson.
Right. It says here the schedule to address defense motion for dismiss for Friday has been vacated and rescheduled for later in the month.
Yes, the motion to dismiss the indictment has been, but they were still going to do the no cameras in the courtroom thing on September the 1st.
Well, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll know tomorrow.
I just wish they would stop with these cameras. Let him be in there. He's nobody special. If he wants to prove his innocence, and he is innocent. I'm not saying he's innocent till proven guilty, but I'm saying if he wants to prove it, I would think you would want cameras to show your innocence.
I could see limiting cameras before the trial so you don't hurt the jury pool. But once the trial starts,
right,
what difference does it make?
Right.
And I mean, like I said before, the cameras have been in multiple trials. We've watched them live on TV. Law and Crime has done them.
Yeah.
There's been other YouTube channels that has covered the live trials. The camera points at the defendant. It points at the defense, to that table. It points to the state. It points to the witnessing. It points to the judge. The only place that it does not point to is the jury and the gallery.
Exactly.
The media's
So-
interpretation of everything to me could cause more effect on the jury and the public opinion than anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're
Yep.
listening to 2 or 3 media guys twittering and telling what they think, that's all you got to go on. You know, that can have a big effect.
Yep. Because what they are reporting is reported with their own personal bias. As
That's
much
right.
as
And everybody has a bias. No matter how much you think, oh, I'm very neutral, I'm blah, blah,
Right.
blah. Everybody has an inherent bias.
Yeah. I mean, we're human. I mean, that's the way it.
Exactly.
The only part I see so far that hurts him being on television is when they brought him in that orange suit.
yeah,
Because he looked like
especially
a
now,
criminal. He looked like a
Exactly.
criminal.
You're exactly right,
Yeah.
River.
Yeah.
and especially now that he's walking in suits, they should want that, you know.
But
Then when
even
he's-
even in the orange jumpsuits, I mean, how many trials have we watched or pre-trial hearings or whatever that they brought the defendant in an orange jumpsuit? Well, they had Melly in trial after his mistrial, or had him in court after his mistrial, and he was in an orange jumpsuit.
Yeah, any
Yep.
good defense attorney would demand that their client dress, you know, in something other than an orange jumpsuit.
I mean, they usually do during trial,
Right.
but when they have their like hearings for the motions and stuff, they're usually in the
I've seen
jumpsuit.
it both ways, but if I were a defense attorney, I would push with all my might that they were able
Oh, yeah.
to dress in civilian clothes and present themselves in a.
Yeah, because what they're doing is they're humanizing him, which he is a human. He has that right.
But didn't what is that lady's name? Is it Corey Richens? Is she's the one that's being accused of unaliving her
Poisoning
husband,
her
right?
husband. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Hasn't all of her stuff been she's been in plain clothes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. He has the right to be in what he wants to be in. If he
They
wants to
want
be in
you.
the,
They want you to wear street clothes in court because you
Right.
will look, quote unquote,
more presentable.
the attorney. If I'm for the judge, yeah.
Well, you're not presented as a already convicted or you know, a prisoner. Or, it creates a huge bias when people see people in their jail
I mean,
attire.
it really shouldn't matter what he's dressed in as long, as he's
Well,
dressed.
it shouldn't, but it does.
At least he's got clothes on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't care. I'm like that too. I don't care what somebody has on when they go to court. My main thing is to hear the facts. I want to hear the evidence. I want
Right.
to hear the prosecution lay out what they've got, and then I want to hear from the defense's side, and I want to hear what the witnesses say.
And their reactions when they answer questions or
I mean, I don't care what he's
or ask
wearing.
uncomfortable things and there are no good answers. You know how their visual and
Yeah,
body language and so forth has a lot to do with how you make decisions.
Right. Wait, Sally Mae, what do you mean gummies? I don't have none tonight. I wish I did.
I mean, if he wants to come in his boxers, come in your boxers, dude. That's up to you.
Oh no, we don't need to see that, Betty Joe.
I mean, I only got one eye I can see out of right now.
But you want to
Betty
keep
Jo,
that eye good though.
Betty Joe, I've heard you talk about your eyes. I've had 2 detached retinas in approximately 8 eye surgeries,
Right.
Wow.
and I think your situation is a little different. But I now
Yeah.
see as good as I've ever seen. And
Yeah, I have cataracts.
you have cataracts?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, I go on the 26th of September to have my right eye done.
That's
And then
what I
I'll be
was going
good.
to Betty Joe. By the time he gets to court, your eye's going to be fixed.
Yeah. I hope
Yeah.
it turns out to be a routine surgery they're able to correct.
I mean, I see good out of my left eye.
Is it completely healed now since you've had that surgery?
Yeah. I don't put eye
Good.
drops in my eye no more.
Okay, well that's good.
When you have
I
a
do.
detached retina, you go through, it's a series of operations. The first thing they do is they put gas in your eye, which helps hold the tissue to your eye, and then they take that out and they put oil in, and then after that, it's about 6 months to a year between each surgery. It's a long, drawn out thing. As soon as my left eye was complete and seeing well, then my right eye did it. And if you guys ever have this happen, the way your eye sees, it's like looking at a carpenter's level, and you see that little bubble kind of moving around. That's what happened to me, and I went to the hospital or the eye doctor, and they went crazy, and but they were able to correct it all. It just took forever.
Yeah, I had the haziness. I didn't really think nothing of it when it started.
Charlie? Yes, who just called my name?
Me, sorry.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
I just wanted to let you know that we will definitely have one trial in October.
Which
Yeah.
one?
Remember, we were like, we better have one trial in October because everybody was getting rescheduled, Bryan and Sarah. Well,
Right.
Alexi is definitely October 2nd.
Okay, but did Sarah Boone's get pushed back?
It probably will, but we don't know anything about the lawyer quitting and stuff.
Okay,
Or-
so did she get a new attorney?
We don't know yet.
Okay. And real quick, Jeff H. wants to know, did they ever reveal to the public who they'll be calling to the witness stand prior to the trial date?
No.
They have, yes, in other cases.
'Cause
Yeah,
I know
no.
Not
Lori's, we didn't know until like that day who they
But
were.
Murdaugh's had been posted before, who the defense list or the both sides
Yeah.
witness list.
I got to mute for just 1 second, y'all, but y'all go ahead with your conversation.
But in BK's, we don't know yet.
probably won't since everything else is a secret.
Right.
Not everybody talk at once. Hello.
Ah,
Hi.
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry.
Nobody talked the whole time you were gone.
Whatever.
yeah, we went into silent
We
mode.
didn't.
Yeah, I can still hear just because I have y'all on mute. I can still hear everything.
We didn't say nothing.
What
Well.
did you hear? Because we really didn't say nothing.
I'm just letting y'all know in case y'all want to talk some smack when I ain't on here one night when I have to mute. I can still hear y'all. Now
We would
for
never
real,
do that to you.
I had to mute and take my headset off because I had to do something real quick.
Has anybody heard from Summer?
Yes, KK and Glowbug both said that they had talked to her today and that she's okay. She just has like a lot of rushing water behind her house, but they are okay.
Yeah, we got the winds are starting to pick up here,
Betty Joe, I hope y'all don't lose power.
and it's been raining all day.
We still need rain, y'all. We got all that rain the other day, but because it rained so hard and so fast, it just literally just ran off. Like it didn't soak into the ground. And that's what we
And our
needed. We're
internet
still-
is being stupid.
Oh Lord. Well, if you get kicked off, then we know why.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey Avery, how are you?
I'm good. How are you all? How everybody? How's everybody doing?
Okay, you are like really muffled.
She's in a corner.
Move your phone back away from your mouth just a little bit.
It's not near. It's not near me. Is that
Okay,
better?
you were good for like a hot half a second, and then it went back to being muffled. H-Town, yes, you can ask your question. Okay, thank you, Glowbug. I'll check it here in just a second.
Okay, I turned my Wi-Fi off. Is that better?
Yes, it does sound good for right now.
Okay. I was on my-
Sharon, No, Summer is in South Carolina. Is that right?
Yeah,
I,
Charleston.
I believe. Okay.
Yeah, Charleston's getting hit.
So I moved my Wi-Fi router closer to my bedroom. That's how I came on how I'm not.
Okay, girl, you are muffled again.
Oh,
You're in a tunnel.
That's literally what it sounds like. You are in a tunnel underwater, and you are talking into a can.
You must not
is it
be outside.
Inside your fanny pack.
is it any better?
It is now. Hey, Big
No.
Blue, how are you?
It's kicking me off. I moved my
Okay,
router.
no, stay right there. Don't move. Just talk.
Yeah, don't
I have-
move.
No, I haven't moved the whole time. I'm outside and I moved my router further inside to be clear in the house. And now I'm looking. So now okay. Anyhow, I was thinking of things.
I have y'all. She's back underwater again. I don't know what she's saying.
Holy shit.
Avery, come out the tunnel.
Let's see. H-Young said he has a fine haircut. Can he come up as eye candy? He's more than welcome to come up if he wants to.
Yes, tell him to. He ain't gonna because he's scared. He's gonna say, call work and tell him I need to go.
Now, he just said something about, can I come up from working? So I don't know if he's already off or he may be sitting at Waterburger.
Why can't I answer? What in the fuck is going on with my life? Why can't I answer?
Okay, I only heard one word out of that whole sentence, y'all, and I'm not going to repeat it.
Yeah, I have the same one.
Jeff H is in the comment section.
Yeah, I saw he's the one that asked the question about the witnesses.
Yeah, he has a lot of good information. He's a very good creator.
Yep, I like Jeff H. He's cool. Who's tapping on something?
Is-
Libra Moon, that's probably my mouse that you hear.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Holy moly. Okay, I'm not gonna move. I'm not even gonna blink.
It ain't doing you no good because you're going muffled again.
Yeah.
Hey, Kristen, how are you? And wait, Kristen, are you saying that I sound robotic or Avery does?
You're fine, Scarlett. To us, well, to me.
Okay, I just want to make sure because sometimes my internet, with the weather being bad,
Goes wonky a lot.
It gets, yeah.
That's what happened to me last night. My internet went out and it kicked me right off. I said, you know what? I ain't even going to try.
Is this any better?
Yes.
There you go.
Now.
Okay, after I punched the air and made my way to the house. Am I still okay?
Yes, you're good.
Holy moly.
Don't move.
Okay, I came up here to tell you guys. Did you guys see where Kaylee's sister Olivia released the screenshot showing that somebody logged into Kaylee's LinkedIn at 11:38 a.m. on the 13th, the day of the homicides?
When did she release that?
It was on Chronicles of Olivia just a couple nights ago.
Oh, I didn't know she put out any more videos.
I think it's a short, and Olivia shows her phone, and she shows that somebody. Now, this is before police were there. This is before
the 911
call. Somebody logged into her LinkedIn from her phone.
Avery, was it an email that it was, or was it? Because I had seen an email.
It was her LinkedIn account.
Okay.
I'm writing myself a note.
Now that is creepy. Something is up with that. That gives me really bad vibes. Who in that house?
Okay, you're muffled again.
Oh, that's my life.
Sounds like you're underwater.
Get in a fight with the air again, Avery.
You sure you're not having storms?
Hey guys,
That's
this is kind
great.
of changing the subject a little bit, but I have been looking into all these walking trail attacks, and if you Google trail attacks, you will be amazed at the number of attacks across the country. It's alarming.
I tell you what, I was amazed at the amount of people that fall in the Grand Canyon.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what? You never hear about them. Whoa.
Yeah. But if you Google trail attacks, walking trail attacks, on the very first page alone, there's over like between 20 and 30.
Okay, where did Olivia post this video at?
I believe. Can you hear me? Am I okay?
I
Your
can
muffled.
barely.
Scarlett, like, what would that mean? And sorry for my ignorance, but what is LinkedIn?
It's kind of like your professional career resume kind of thingy.
Why would somebody?
That's what I was saying last night. Why would somebody delete her account or whatever? Okay, and I'm looking on Chronicles of Olivia. She hasn't posted a short. Well, don't tell me how long ago the short was. She ain't posted a video in 3 months. Let's see. She ain't had a live in 7 months. And she did a community post in 4 months.
I put a link in the back chat. Oh, Avery's gone now. To see if it was the one though.
Okay, let me go to that one real quick.
But it's old. It's
Okay, that's probably why I couldn't find it. Oh Lord, that's alright. So I'm gonna post the link in the chat. I'm not gonna play Olivia's stuff. I do need to.
But yeah, I don't know if that's the one Avery's referring to or not.
Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna post it in the chat if people want to go look it up.
And it said at 11:30 something p.m. is when it had been deactivated. I didn't see anything about the. Well, I don't know. I didn't watch it with enough attention.
But it was
I don't
supposedly
think it
done
said.
on 11/13.
Yeah, that it was on or something. I'm not. Yeah, I should have paid more attention.
And King Scarlet did post a comment last night in chat that it takes like 24 hours for a LinkedIn account to be deleted. And I don't remember if I read her comment out loud, but I do remember seeing that comment last night.
So you said it was logged into and then deleted? 'Cause I walked away. Someone logged into it and deleted it after?
That is what Kaylee's sister had said. That for some reason somebody deleted her LinkedIn account, which I don't understand why they would want to delete it, but it could have been done like on the 12th of November, which still seems kind of weird because why would, like, if Kaylee would have done it herself and it takes 24 hours for it to delete, that's kind of weird in itself. But I wonder why, if she did do it, why would she delete it herself? Like, did she just not need it anymore? Or
Well, what is it?
It's just like your professional career resume type social media, I guess you could call it. It's just basically your resume.
Maybe she deleted it because she knew she was moving to Texas.
No, you would just update it probably to another, update your location or whatever.
Hey, Lucia, how are
Maybe she
you?
got tired of all the emails they send.
That's a possibility.
Maybe it wasn't even her, and that's my thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
What kind of job was
If
she
it's even
taking
true.
in Texas?
What's she? I
It
can't
was
even
that
remember the name of it.
extreme network. It was some kind of tech company, I think. I'm not.
I've got
There's
the name
one
of the company
more
wrote down somewhere.
extreme something.
That sounds about right. Summer, are y'all doing okay? I just I don't know why though that it would be deleted. That's what I don't understand. Hey Callie, how are you? Okay. So showing that Kaylee's LinkedIn account was logged into. So was it logged into and then deleted? Because I haven't. I do remember watching that video that Bofa had posted in the back chat, and then I posted into the chat. I just don't remember what all was said. Gina Marie, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
And H-Town Finest, they did not get a warrant for LinkedIn. I went back and checked yesterday.
And then I went back last night when I was live when we were talking about it, and looked.
That's what I meant.
Then maybe it doesn't even matter. I thought H-Town was coming up here. Told you.
I think he said a second ago he was like on a 15-minute break.
Mm-hmm.
So I dropped a link for him. If he wants to come up, he's more than welcome to.
Yep. King's Gut, that's definitely a possibility. And she's tired of getting all the emails and notifications and then only be alone.
Can't you turn all that off though?
Kind of, but they still send you stuff. I try to tone it way down. And I'm just like, what? I think that their definition of like minimal notifications and emails is different than a normal person's in a normal platform.
Let's see. He asked what equipment he required to go on panel. Oh, I must have missed that one. H-Town, all you got to do is just hit the link that I put in chat.
Florida got hammered.
Muted.
Yeah.
Scarf was worried about you too, Betty Joe.
Yeah, we just got winds right. I mean, they're starting to pick up even more, but it's been raining all day.
Yeah, hopefully, though, it doesn't get too bad for you. And y'all don't lose power.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm just hoping those small towns get the same attention that the big cities get, like we get here.
Yeah.
You know, FEMA comes in there, people bring food and water to them. People, they put tents up so they'll have shelter. I mean, some of those homes, they were under 6 foot of water.
Yeah.
Their whole downtown area sits right there on the beach.
We have a generator, so if we lose power.
Why would someone have 16 bank accounts, please?
I don't know. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who has 16 bank accounts?
Someone said
Supposedly one of those girls.
Huh? Okay, well.
Supposedly one of the two girls that were unalived. I think it's a bunch of BS, but.
Lucia said another channel that shall not be named said KG had 19 bank accounts, but I think
That's
that
ridiculous.
was that they got warrants for all the possible banks.
Yeah,
I thought she only had 2 banks.
All of them.
I mean, I can go back through the warrants for just the banks and see who they were for.
So it is actually true, Scarlett?
No, there was warrants for several banks, but that doesn't mean it was just for Kaylee.
Right.
Let me see. Which one is this? Is this Umpqua? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let me see what their search warrant was for. Okay, so the Umpqua Bank is for, let's see, they're wanting exterior camera surveillance footage from November the 12th at 9 p.m. Let's see, located upon the following described premises located in Latah County.
There's 2 for them.
Okay.
The other one's for the financial information.
Shit, where is that one at? For Umpqua? Oh, wait, yeah, I see it. I got it. It wasn't with the other one. Okay, so let me go to this search warrant. And they are wanting information can be provided to help identify surveillance video images for some of these transactions from September 1st, 2022 to the present in the name or control of Ethan, Madison, Xana, and Kaylee. And they're just wanting all open and closed accounts, records pertaining to the individuals or business entities identified in the letter. That's not necessarily saying that they had an account there. It's just that if they do, they want all of that information. There's one for American Express.
Here, I've got a list because I had taken these and seen who they were for too. And so you've got Bank of America, and so it's for Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, and then 3 redacted names, 2 of whom you would assume are Bethany and Dylan. And so those are all for all open. I mean, they're all going to just be for all open, closed accounts. It's all the same kind of information. Then you've got the Cash App one, which is Block Inc. technically, and it's the same 7 people. Well, the 4 victims, and then 3 redacted. And then you've got the Umpqua Bank, the 4 victims, and then 3 redacted. And then after that, I think that this one was P1F. Oh, this was something about, I forget what P1FC was, but it's 5. So it's the 4 victims and then 5 redacted. American Express, 4 victims, 5 redacted.
I wonder who those other 5 are, because I'm on American Express right now, and it's the 4 victims and 5 redacted. Now I want to be nosy about that. I want to know who these people are that they've got redacted.
Well, I'm sure that Bethany and Dylan are 2 of them.
Okay, good.
And then
the other 3.
I think at least at the beginning, maybe Jack. Just checking around.
Could be.
Anyone that they found suspicious, whoever that was that they collected their DNA surreptitiously on that.
The cigarette guy?
Yeah. Then you've got the Idaho Central Credit Union, 4 victims, 5 redacted. Wells Fargo, 4 victims, 5 redacted. Banker Bank, 4 victims, 5 redacted. Discover Bank and Financials, 4 victims, 5 redacted. And the only one that was specifically for Kaylee was the Elan Financial Services, which I think is I guess the speculation because of the time that it came into. Like they got the Extreme Network one, and that was on the 12th of December, and then on the 22nd is when they requested the Elan Financial Services. So, and since she was the only one, my guess would be that they want that because it was connected to her job. That might have been whatever they used to pay. And I think that that's all of them. But yeah, they don't.
Okay.
doesn't mean that they all had them. It was
No.
just like a blanket thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just they're sending them all out. They're covering all 4 victims and whoever these and 2 of the redacted names, I'm sure, like you said, are going to be um, Dylan and Bethany.
And at the beginning, the third one could have been the 6th roommate too. They never
Oh.
actually lived there,
That is true.
or that could have even been throughout. Just I don't know, but
Oh Lord, Sally Mae, she says she's got 100.
Hard to keep up
100
with
what?
100 bank accounts.
Yeah, she was saying she had 100 bank accounts.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to that. I honestly don't think Kaylee had 19 accounts. It is just they're taking all of these warrants and they're going after each financial institute. The ones that I read was looking for video surveillance footage for any of the victims, not just a specific one.
I agree with someone in the comments that it's probably that amount with everyone combined.
Don't dive. No, it's just whenever they sent out like to American Express, they had the 4 victims and then 5 redacted names. They're just looking to see any information for any of those people listed on those warrants. Not that the victims had accounts together or anything like that. They just named all of those people in that one warrant instead of sending out a warrant for Kaylee, one for Maddie, one for Xana, and so on. They just put them all in that one. And I didn't just read over the whole American Express one, but the part that I did read is the same as what the Umpqua Bank one was, just video surveillance of any transactions that any of them might have come in and done.
Mm-hmm. Because it's also a way to look for any undisclosed bank accounts too, that their parents didn't know about or they didn't see.
Right.
To make sure there's not anything.
Steve Martinson, how are you? Yeah. I've never heard that though. That's the first time I've ever heard about Kaylee having 19 bank accounts.
Maybe. I don't know. But
and as far as the OF accounts, there wasn't any search warrants for them. So I don't know why people are saying that. I mean, if they would have, there would have been warrants for those. Is Venmo considered a bank account?
So it's PayPal and Venmo. And I don't know if it's technically a bank account, but you can do a bunch of financial transactions through those things. So
yeah, I know.
Probably would. I'm sorry, Scarlett, because you have a routing number and checking number for PayPal. For Venmo, I don't think so.
Yeah, you have a routing and a bank account number. Believe it's the same way for Cash App. You have a routing and an account number, I believe.
Scarlett, when you have an unaliving, well, because the reason there is an unaliving, it's usually lust or money. So with that money factor, they're going to look at insurance and they're going to look at bank accounts, credit cards, anything financial they want to look at so they can go ahead and rule that part out. You see it mostly in a husband and wife thing.
Right.
Yeah, and in this case, since they couldn't find an obvious connection, it makes sense that they're looking to see if there's anything going on that front.
Well, in this case, we got a quack.
Hey,
And
Jeremy, how are you? Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I just say in this case, I just think we got a quack that went out just to do evil that night.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a reason. I don't think there was jealousy. I don't think there was lust. I don't think it was over money. I don't think it was over stolen credit cards or anything like that, stolen identity. I think they just, whoever went out and did this, and I got a good idea who it is, uh, went out and did this because they want it to be just like a SK.
Riddler, I want to know who you think it is, please.
Well, we'll just wait till we get to the trial because it'll be brought out then.
I'm like
Because right,
Scarlet.
Yeah, I'm not a very
Sweet
patient person.
Misery, Sweet Misery, it's under seal, okay?
Lord.
Just like everything else.
I'm under
Not
a gag order.
Oh my God, the gag order, really? Wait, somebody said that there
all under the
wasn't.
gag order.
Somebody in chat just said that there wasn't a Twitch uh, uh, search warrant.
Isn't Twitch owned by Amazon?
Yeah, I think so. Let me go back to Amazon because I know that there was one for the
But I don't know if they
Amazon.
was there an Amazon even?
Yes, there was an Amazon. I'm pulling it up now.
I mean, there's the one about the K-bar, but
what is this one for? Wait, is this a search warrant? Is it a search warrant? Hold on, I clicked on the wrong page. Okay, so the Amazon one is for the K-bar. But wasn't there more than one Amazon? I'm pulling back through because I thought there was a Twitch one, but
I thought we only ever talked about the K-bar with Amazon.
I'm sure they got that video.
Did they go into BK's bank accounts?
I'm sure they did.
Yeah, to match the transactions and stuff
I mean,
that they,
well, what I'm saying is, do we have a document showing?
I
No.
have not seen that, River. But surely they did.
let me see. Hold on.
They're probably the redacted ones.
Because there was, the large group of the search warrants release that took us like 3 days to go through. Then there was another smaller batch that was released. Gotta find them. Oh no, that was just AT&T, Google, Reddit, Snap, Strava, and TikTok.
where were those Meta ones too? Wasn't there another one in there with Meta? Oh no, but that was for him or one of them.
Yeah, there's Meta. There's like several Meta platform ones. Let me go through them and see.
No, those aren't worth going through. They don't have him in there.
I remember they made a big deal about the car that was what's her name?
Sorry.
I can't think of it. She
Kaylee.
bought the Ran Rover, whatever.
A Land Rover?
Yeah.
Or Range Rover,
It was a Range Rover. It was not the big, expensive car like everybody made out to be. I mean, it was used. I'm sure it was in nice shape, but it was not some kind of huge,
Oh, they're expensive.
expensive car.
Going back though to BK and the financials, those might still be under seal, just so that people don't know where his bank accounts are.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, it could be. Okay, wait.
Since he's still around and presumed innocent.
Okay,
Just
let
in
me see what
case.
this one, because there was some other ones of like a third little batch.
That was the one with the Meta, I thought.
Okay, well, there was some Meta ones.
It's like Meta, T-Mobile, I think, and AT&T.
Yeah, there was some Meta platform that was in the first big batch. And then these last ones, now I've got to go back and find them. There was 3 Metas, a T-Mobile, and a Verizon. What is this one is the search warrant out on this thing? What is this for? Okay, so this is the Instagram accounts for Xana and Madison. One of the
Oh, because
debtors.
these were all extending the time for the
Yeah.
time frame because it went back, I think, to June with these.
Right.
At first, they were only through August, and now they're through June. That's what these were all doing.
Let's see. I'm going to go to let's see. It's probably in 60 warrants that went out before the arrest. Yeah, I haven't even looked. Y'all, Lord, I'm back on Chad Daybell shit. Hold on, let me get off this page. I need to go back through all of the search warrants that they had put out and make a list of each one of them. Kind of like Bofa does. Like, I'm going to have to do like a whole big Google document thingy.
A timeline for all the search warrants and stuff.
Something, because that way I don't have to keep...
I've got it in a spreadsheet.
Oh, I hate spreadsheets.
And I've got them in order. I love spreadsheets.
I hate them.
I love them.
LFT and Decipher does some good Excel timesheets.
Okay, Sally Mae, who's throwing names again in chat? Because if it's somebody that has not been associated with this crime, this case, we don't need to be putting their names in chat. D. Martinson, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. It's been a while since I've seen you. Okay, thank you, Sally Mae. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and do that though. Like, I need to be more organized, y'all.
We all do, don't we?
I'm not an organized person. It's Bofa did, y'all. She has tried to help me. I actually need to get back to work on that too, Bofa.
Just let me know.
I do need to do that. I just don't have time to do anything, honestly. I need like 48 hours in a 24-hour day.
I feel you there.
Brooklyn, welcome back. Oh, Catacomb said they're going to look at the moon, y'all. Is it a full moon tonight?
It's the blue. I think it's a blue moon and the super moon something.
Oh,
right?
God. Somebody did say something about a blue moon earlier. And I was kind of like scrolling.
Riddler did.
Wasn't me, but a blue moon is when you got 2 full moons in 1 month, right?
But like it looks blue. It's
I was just about to say that. I'm outside right now and it's very cloudy, and I was like looking for a blue spot in the sky because the clouds were blue the other day.
Wait, the clouds were blue?
Where the moon was.
In front of it, and so
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had said that this is the last time it's going to do that until 2037, I think.
Oh, dang.
If I go outside, I'll get blown away.
By the beauty of the moon. No, I'm kidding.
No, by the wind.
I know. Bad joke. But
it might blow you to the moon.
Yeah, it might.
Okay, so Riddler said the next blue moon will occur August the 30th, 2023 at 9:35 p.m. Eastern Time. August's super blue moon will be the biggest and brightest full moon of the year. Well, damn. By the time I get done with the live, it'll be done going behind the trees and I won't be able to see it.
That don't
Well,
change
thank
when.
you. There's too many clouds in the sky.
Yeah, I don't know if it's cloudy here. It was cloudy here earlier today, but I don't know if it still is or not.
There is not a spot in the sky that doesn't have a cloud.
Well, maybe I'll get some rain.
We did earlier, maybe that's why.
I can give you some of ours.
Scarlet needs it. Well, I do too a little bit, but Scarlet definitely.
I can give you some of ours.
Marina. Okay, now I hear an echo. Marina, what are you talking about in chat that anybody can come at you? Hold on, y'all. I gotta go back to chat. Because I am completely lost right now. Tonka, girl, the rain that we got Sunday was what we've had in like 2 months. And we're still under a burn ban.
KK, how's the fire over there?
King Scarlet Moon, you'll just be lost together. Because I have no idea what's going on in chat right now. I'm trying to find all the comments.
Jeez.
I know Marina said earlier that she's not doing panels anymore. I think something happened on a panel on a different channel. So I don't know if maybe that has something to do with that, what she's saying, but she did say that earlier.
Well, she said, Scarlet, I don't mean to be anything but just informative, but until stuff comes out about Idaho, in my opinion, anyone can get at me. They can come at me until something breaking comes out. And then she said that's just her opinion. I don't know what she's talking
She said
about.
if they don't agree with her, they can, give negative comments or, go at her with whatever. She doesn't care. If you don't agree with her and you say whatever, she don't care. I think that's what she meant. Like, no matter, she's gonna fight back or something like that.
I'm hearing big time echoes.
Yeah, and I can't figure out where it's coming from. I can barely hear it when I'm talking. Okay, now I don't hear it.
It will be because him and Fofo were
I
the only.
just muted mine, so.
Okay, it's better
Okay.
now.
But I was on over on Facebook looking for something, so I'll keep it muted till I maybe find what I'm looking for.
Okay, I could barely hear it though. It was just like a very slight echo. Lord, y'all, Summer says she's going swimming in the road. Summer, just don't let none of that nasty water get up in your face, because I know that you have probably saw the video on Twitter about the kids swimming in
Is
the
she
water.
in South Carolina?
I think so.
She better watch out for them gators.
You point out that maybe certain ideas
And fecal matter because they
That's-
said that sewage and all that is in that water.
Yep. Tara, stay out of that water.
Yeah, there was a TikTok video that was put out the other day of some kids playing in some flood water in the middle of the street. And it was like all up in their face, all that. And people were in the comments talking about how dangerous that is.
She needs to stay out of that water. She'll get sick.
Yes. She said,
And the
I'm not that
gators will
crazy.
Just that water being on your skin will get you sick.
Right. Yeah, it's not good at all to be in it.
What do they
Hold on
call
just
that?
a second.
Impetigo?
Is there a name for it?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
impetigo is when it gets on your skin, but the worst part is digesting it, because now you're going to be like a bad flu.
Yeah. Well, she said she was just joking, so hopefully she doesn't.
Yes. She don't need to play in that water, and the gators will get her.
Betty Jo's just worried about the gator.
Oh, when it was here, see, we had like a 13-foot surge come through here on Irma, and you can see moccasins in the water. I didn't see a gator, but down at the beach, sharks swimming on Main Street down at the
Yep.
beach.
I seen a picture on one of the weather things on here on YouTube. They had a rattlesnake in the middle of the road swimming in the water
Oh,
because it was
Lord.
flooded. I was like, damn, snake going
No,
down the road.
that's when everything starts coming out and all that flood water.
Yeah. That's why I said she'll need play in that nasty water. Stay away from them gators.
Yeah, Slipper said that her dad's brother passed away from meningitis from playing in flood water. Like, a lot of people don't realize how dangerous it is. It's not only just
And you can get electrocuted.
that is true too. It's
Stuff is
very
nasty.
dangerous. You don't know what's under the water. Get cut on it.
Yep.
On something under the water. Get electrocuted. Get that shit out. Like, just ugh, y'all.
This is nasty thinking about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna take another damn shower tonight. Now, just thinking about it. Let's see. Tonka said floodwater is full of toxic waste, bacteria, and brain-eating amoebias.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I believe it. I was 10 years old and my dad was 12. Slipper, I am very sorry to hear that. Summer, hopefully you will still have your pool. Hopefully it didn't wash it away. Hey Jay, how are you?
Yeah, I hope our pool's still standing.
What? Oh.
Hold on just one second, Dawn. All right, let me make sure that that was all of the documents that had come out today that I did go over. I don't think there was any other ones. There was a KX, what is this one? KXLY. They did put in a request to attain approval for the video audio record broadcast or the
In the
still photos.
photography.
Yeah. And so it was the same thing was granted that Court TV that I had went over last night. The video and audio record was granted. The broadcast was denied, and then the photographs were granted for them as well. So I think that was the only other one that I had left that I didn't go over. But
I think they need to put out one that tells us when he's going back to court, for the trial.
Hopefully, but see, that was the thing. Whenever September the 1st came and they were supposed to do the motion to dismiss the indictment,
Right.
wasn't it said by Ann that at this time she didn't feel comfortable scheduling a new trial date because she wanted to schedule it once and for all, but she wanted to wait until after the September 1st court date.
Yeah. I remember
Okay.
saying that.
So now it gets pushed back to September the 22nd for the motion to dismiss the indictment. So it's going to be maybe like in October before we hear of anything of a new trial date.
Yeah. Oh,
Scarlett, you'll survive.
No, I may not. I'm ready for this to be over with. Seriously, like I'm ready to hear the evidence just like everybody else is. Like
ain't none of us gonna survive.
I'm not H-Town, yes, you can ask a question. I'm not a very patient person, and I'm just like I want to hear the evidence. I want to hear the state. I want to hear the defense. I want to hear them going back and forth at each other. Like I want to hear all that.
I want to hear all of it.
That's how I am. Like I want to know what they have. I want to hear all the stuff that's been under seal that they're keeping from the public. I get that they have that option to do that if the judge grants it or whatever. I get that, but I'm just a very nosy person, and I want to know what the hell is all in these exhibits that they are under seal now, especially the Vargas one. Like, I want to know what all was said. Okay, so H Town's question was: did we find out if the lady with the big chest? Oh, H Town. I don't know because I haven't seen Willie since that night.
You might hear some laughing every once in a while.
The grandbaby.
Yeah, she came in here.
Oh, okay. No, she's good.
She was out there with her mom watching the Halloween cartoons. Now she's in here.
Aw. No, she's good.
That's a good thing to hear laughter.
Hi.
In the shirt, I'm on the straw. You know the straw, Dandy?
Wait, I asked a question and I didn't
Over
see
there,
the...
watching show.
Oh, hold on, H-Town. I'll put the link back out for you. Okay. So, H-Town, there's the link if you want to come up. Oh, y'all, Callie was just saying in chat that y'all can't come soon enough. I have so many questions. Y'all know how I was writing down questions last night? I had a whole list, and I think I had what? I told y'all 13 last night. I think it's what it was when we were talking about it. I'm up to 25 questions now.
You're going to have a whole lot more than that.
Well, that's just some that I've thought about throughout the day, listening to other people like and their thoughts on all this. And I think one of them I might have wrote twice because it was on the back part of the paper. But I'm up to 25 now. Because my last one that I wrote down is like whenever the WSU sent the car information over to Latah County or to Moscow, wherever it was that they sent it to, did Moscow go and question Bryan? Because it's never been said yes or no if he was questioned.
I want to know about the phone call that was not recorded.
What?
The what?
The phone call that Anne had requested for in Discovery that she said had happened with the Moscow Police Department.
Oh, that wasn't recorded?
That wasn't recorded because it was done with a special agent with the FBI. So why is she thinking that it was done to Moscow, but it was really the FBI?
What I don't understand is
that Bryan told her he was on a call with someone.
But why wasn't his attorney there?
Because it was before it was.
It was before what? You broke up.
I would think it was before he was arrested.
Okay, so that would bounce back to my last question that I had before this one that I just wrote down now.
Why
was he or was he not questioned when WSU sent his car information to Moscow?
Or was it something else? Or did he self-report a car?
Oh, I didn't think about that. He reported one. Hey, Violet, how are you? All I know, y'all, is whenever this starts, I'm going to have my ice cream, my popcorn, my gummy bears, my Red Bulls. I have it all ready. So everybody that's going to be watching it with us, y'all need to make sure y'all have all of your good stuff ready to go, because this is going to be like one of those things that you don't even want to get up for like a half a second.
What are you going to do if it's like the end of 2024?
Don't matter. I'm still going to show
Get
it.
your popcorn and ice cream, your patience.
I'm going to have to occupy my mind.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to keep up with everything. I've thought about getting a big dry erase board for the wall.
I've said so many times that I need a dry erase board.
I mean, you have so much to keep up with, and you you don't have a good way to access it at the spur of the moment
I
sometimes, and
just
it's
have,
frustrating.
but wait, I have like 12 notebooks for this case?
Yeah, but when you want one specific piece of information, you know,
I'm old
it's
school. I
hard to
got to
go
go
right
back to
to
the.
it.
I know I'm old school. I got to go back to the notebooks to find it. Just like Mike, thank you so much for that super chat. He says, "Come on, y'all, let's get the likes up for Scarlet. We're at 125 likes with 254 folks in here."
So is there a hearing on September the 1st?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
as of right,
technically,
as of right now, there is, but there could be a document that comes out tomorrow that says that the one for the cameras has been pushed back because that is uh, what the Olsen lady, I forgot what her first name is now.
Wendy.
Wendy. That is what she was asking for, is for a continuance on that because she's going to be out of town when that's supposed to happen on the 1st. So if it does happen, we should have a document tomorrow. Let's see. Avery went through the portal. Wait, who went through the portal? Hold on.
Yeah, Avery, did you come back?
Oh no. Yeah, I read it wrong. Sally Mae said Avery. They went through the portal. Okay. And no, Avery, we haven't heard from. I haven't heard anything from really. I haven't seen him in any chats or anything, so I don't know. Hopefully the girl was okay. Okay, H-Town, why are you scared? There's nothing to be scared of. You just hit the link.
He's scared of me, you know, Scarlet.
I'll get over it. I'm forever lost in the portal. Oh Lord, see Tonka, you done got off in them portals. Let's see if I am gonna get to bed. Okay, too fast. Have a good night.
Go visit Lori in your portal, please.
Yeah. Me and Fofa can't talk about portals anymore because
You unbanned it.
I did. I seriously got limited on my DMs and Twitter when we were talking about a portal. Summer. Well, Summer, I'll give you you have an excuse. You just went through a major storm, so. Why is he gonna? I don't know why H-Town is scared of the chat though. King Scarlet.
He ain't even gonna know how to find the chat.
Yeah, because he did say he would be on his phone, so he probably wouldn't know how to. Hell, I don't even know how to get to the chat on my phone whenever I'm on.
Yeah, I've never watched a stream on the phone.
It's if I'm on StreamYard on my phone, I don't touch nothing. I just sit there and talk because I don't want to hit something and it knock me off.
Yeah, I use my computer and a 60-inch screen, so.
H-Town, don't be afraid to come up. We're just friends you never met before. But I will no, I'm not going to cross-examine you.
Yeah, and I heard something the other day. Go ahead, Ritter. I'm sorry.
Hey, the expert. How are you?
I was just trying to encourage H-Town to come on up because if he's got something important, we'd love to hear it, or maybe he sees a different angle that could be helpful.
Yeah, and I heard something the other day. A guy said, if you're in a conversation where everybody agrees, it's a boring conversation.
Yeah, it's not fun if
everybody agrees. Echo chamber.
That's true because you have nothing to talk about, really.
All right. So the expert said thumbs up and love. I'll be back soon. We got to get the expert and MLS law on here one night on panel.
Yeah, but first we got to get H-Town Finest up here. Come on.
Would you like me to drop,
Come
Scarlet?
on. Nobody will eat you.
Okay, hold on just 1 second, Tony. Let me drop the link again.
And Eva Longoria is going to be up here, H-Town. You got our panel support dog for you. What's she
Tony!
eating?
Hello.
Hey, Eva.
Okay,
Eva, how are you?
Is
Hi,
he
folks.
still in here?
He might be trying to get on StreamYard. His
What's
15
Eva
minutes.
snacking on?
His 15 minutes might have been over trying to get on stream.
Yeah, because he did say earlier that he was on his break. I was trying, maybe he took the link. I don't know.
Now, Eva is a very unbiased participant.
Eva just takes all of our opinions and she just locks them up in her brain and she doesn't repeat nothing. She hears all the channel secrets and all that. She just
She's waiting for trial too. She's
and
just
she pays
patient.
attention to her right to remain silent.
as long as she's sitting there with the camera pointed at her and nobody's bothering her, then she's good.
Hi, Bianca. Hello, everyone.
Tony, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Been playing a lot of golf and working too hard.
You play golf, Tony?
Yeah, I try.
Ain't it
I played
cold
golf
there?
in college and professionally for quite a while.
Oh, well done, man. No, I'm nowhere nothing like that.
So wait, isn't it cold where you're at, Tony?
It's first day of spring here today.
Oh,
Or is
okay.
it not today? No, it's tomorrow. The first day of September, it's the first day of spring tomorrow. You guys probably 2 days behind me, or 1 day behind me.
It's currently 1:06 in the morning on August the 31st here. I think you're, what, 18 hours
yeah.
ahead of me?
Yeah, it's 18:06 now, so I'm 17 hours ahead, I think. Yeah.
He just straight up said 18:06. He's going to make me start counting on my fingers what time 1800 hours.
Military time.
Yeah.
I know it's military time, but let's see.
6
I know
p.m.
that, okay, I know that one is 1300 hours.
6 p.m.
18, 17 more numbers than one.
But you know, Tony, I don't math after 8 p.m.
Well, I'm saying I'm 17 hours ahead.
Okay, we'll go with that. MB is backstage. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to StreamYard just a second.
I would have had to count too. I was hoping someone would have just said it on panel.
I was about to get them fingers out and get to working because I know 1 p.m. is 1300. I do know that.
I know I count the rest too. Hey, Marina.
Marina, how are you?
Hello, Marina.
Can Marina hear us?
She's
Hi, Marina.
now.
Hey,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did y'all know that Alec Murdaugh was convicted of 2 internal disciplinary charges involving a news interview and using another inmate's PIN number to make a call?
Yeah.
I saw that he shared it on Twitter, but apparently he had a phone call with his attorney. You know, the attorneys have the attorney-client privilege during jailhouse phone calls or whatever. Well, an inmate is not supposed to speak to the media without permission from the jail or prison, wherever you're at. Well, his attorney recorded him reading a journal entry of his for a documentary that's coming out. And the jail found out about it and nailed him with the charge.
Buster did an interview and said something about him being a psychopath.
Okay, so I saw that Buster did, like he finally came out and spoke, but I haven't got to watch it yet. But isn't it something to do with the Stephen Smith case?
Yeah, he denied, and I really don't think he had anything to do with that. But he gave an alibi exactly where he was the night of the unaliving.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see the whole interview. That's just from the high spots where I read the first paragraph or so.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go watch it, but I did see that he did it.
It's a
Astro, hit the link that's right below your comment. That's all you gotta do.
Molly. So he had something to do with that?
no. He denied anything. He gave an alibi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did get his tablet taken away, and wasn't it his phone and tablet privileges?
Yeah, he'll have all communications blocked for however long. could be for forever, but it could
No,
not.
Well, now we ain't got to worry about no more than pictures being leaked out to Twitter.
But I don't know how they're going to do that because they can't watch the calls or visits between him and his attorney. So how do we know if he does it again if he doesn't get caught? If he doesn't say it to the media or he just records it.
Well, they
for
can't
the
keep
documentation.
his attorney phone calls from him, but I'm sure
I
the
know.
public ones is the one sat in his. They needed to take that tablet away, y'all. Whenever those pictures got leaked, I'm sorry, but I forgot. Simple Butterfly sent them things to me, and didn't give me a trigger warning on it before I opened it. Y'all should have saw my face.
Were you blind?
Oh my
Did
God,
it blind you?
It was horrible. Like, just imagine opening up an email, and boom, there's Alec Murdaugh there.
What a big old white chest.
Yeah, there is a creator who actually spent time in the prison that Alex is in, and he described how those tablets work. And he made it sound like it was not as intentional the way they work somehow or other. You'll have to watch it to understand. I can't really tell you.
Isn't something about the face recognition to make sure it's actually him using the tablet?
It has this facial or something and blah blah blah. But it wasn't. He just made it sound like it wasn't some kind of him trying to pose and present some kind of nefarious picture.
He lost his privileges, didn't he?
I don't know about that, but the guy that did it is, I can't remember his name, but he does a lot of good information about that prison and what's going on.
I think Alec lost all of his privileges, his phone privileges, his tablet privileges.
Yeah, I'm sure they may have suspended them for a while, but they don't. They'll give them back at some point. I would imagine.
Scarlett, may I interject and ask if anyone in the chat has any not dire, but like questions to ask that we haven't addressed yet?
Like what?
11:11.
Just did. It's open.
Jay, that's the channel that you're talking about that Will B was just talking about?
What was he called? What did he call it?
Jumpsuit Pablo.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he has. It's really he's done a good job and turned his life around with his YouTube channel. He spent I think 10 years in prison, and his YouTube channel has given him an avenue to something he enjoys and to keep him out of trouble.
Oh well, that's good.
And he has a lot of inside former inmates that he knows that do give him current information, and it does not sound like BS.
Well, at least he goes into prison, which is not a good thing, but he was able to take that experience and turn his life around from it.
Yeah, he has several videos where he talks about his change and one video he talks about he actually met the individual that he robbed, which is what sent him to prison, and he had a conversation with him and he apologized, and it was you could tell he meant and felt every bit of it. It was kind of a heartwarming video, to be honest with you.
I'll have to go check his channel out. I've never heard of it, but I did write it down.
Yeah, I don't watch it all the time. It just pops up sometime, and it's worth the watch.
Scarlett, H-Town just texted me and said I tried to come up.
Okay. I threw that link out to him at least 10 times.
Does he know how to do it?
I just click the link and follow the directions. I don't understand what's so hard.
Keep hitting buttons till you get there. And if that doesn't work, bang your phone or whatever it is you're using.
Yeah, just hit all the buttons. You'll eventually
get maybe that'll help.
If you've never been on panel, he'll have to do is sign in, and he'll have to put his YouTube password. And after that, he won't have to do it no more because he'll be able to just get up on panel without.
You have to use your YouTube password. You may text it to you.
Or you can
Hold on.
sign in under
Wait,
your
do you know
Google.
his YouTube password, Christy?
No, I'm texting to him. He needs his password.
Oh, I thought you said you want me to
No
text it to you.
way.
No, yeah. All he'll have to do is sign in with his YouTube password, and then it's easy. And then after that, all he has to do is click the link, and he'll never have to put his password in again.
All right, so Astro, I just dropped the link again.
I'm
The link
sorry,
is-
y'all. I have a history with H Town Fine.
The link is multiple places in the chat.
Just scroll up and pick one.
Hey, May May, how are you?
It's
All
not
right.
hard.
Marina, what type of questions were you talking about earlier?
Well, yeah, now I have to go back to it. Hold on. Give me a second. Honestly, I didn't expect anyone to ask me what I was gonna. Damn. Okay.
What you was gonna what?
No one ever asks me what I've questioned in the past. No one actually guessed me what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to figure it out.
About Bryan's case or about the Idaho 4 case in general?
Yeah, exactly. About the Idaho.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on it?
You're gonna have to give me a second. I have to figure that out.
You have to get your thoughts together.
The suspense.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to figure out why King's Garland and Summers put eyes in the chat.
No, this is on me. I'm sorry. I
No,
literally did not expect to be asked the the same question. So, sorry. I'm gonna figure it out.
No, you're good. Hey, Ashes, how are you? I'm just trying to figure out what all the eyeballs in chat is for.
I wonder what kind of crazy facts or evidence that are going to come out of trial out of left field from the prosecution that we don't know about.
I know. That's why it needs to start will be soon.
I mean,
Yeah,
they act like they've revealed everything and it's all out there, but they've got to have some kind of left field.
They ain't revealed at all.
I think that they probably got a few things left over that they haven't. It hasn't been revealed to us. One thing is this dang Exhibit B that they put under seal.
Yeah.
That I need to know what was said. Actually, all the everything that's been sealed, I need to know what they say.
I know they seal things in trials, but this case right here,
yeah, we need to know.
I believe has the most sealed.
Bofa, how many seals is there?
I don't know.
You haven't kept
Too many to count. But I do think that there are more seals on the Vallow stuff and the Daybell stuff. Oops.
Yeah, but I mean everything that was said in Lori's case.
Sorry if you heard my headphone take a tumble.
No, you're good.
Yeah, and in their stuff, a lot of it was sealed too. So I don't know which.
But I mean, what are we going to hear in Chad's trial that we haven't heard in Lori's trial? Maybe a different point of view on a few different things.
Oh well, I meant up until they were able to split the stuff where they were.
Probably more information on Tammy also that wasn't.
That's true.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, Brooklyn, they were. I don't know if they still are or not, but yeah, they were at one time. I don't know. I'm just I'm I just
But
want the victims to get justice. You know what I'm saying? Marina, you're
all I
good.
want.
It's summer, the 8 hours. It's just like, I can't make sense of the 8 hours. No matter what I've tried to like give the benefit of the doubt, I can't make
I don't
sense
think
of it.
anybody can.
You know?
Sarah Boone waited 12.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, but
there's a
she told
difference.
everything.
Yeah.
She
Now,
didn't tell everything.
But
don't.
She did intentionally.
Intentionally, I did not do this.
Scarlett, what if we get a hung jury and then they decide to retry it?
Y'all, if that happens, I'm gonna lose it for real. So don't jinx this Riddler, please.
It's
Do
a
you,
possibility.
Yeah,
do
but
you
if they
think
do,
God,
yeah, but we would have seen most of the evidence anyway if they have to retry it.
I don't even want to
We all
think
know you're
about
gonna
that.
use it.
Oh my God, can y'all imagine a retrial?
For anything for the victims, but like it's just
I think the less the
you know.
prosecution complicates things, the better off they'll be.
His trial might be before the next blue moon, maybe.
I now forgot what I was gonna say.
have a better chance of seeing a blue moon.
Well, damn, I was about to say something, y'all, and Riddler had to come in with that
Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, and you'll
mistrial.
remember what you forgot.
Riddler
Proven.
threw a wrench in it.
You're talking about the 8 hour delay.
Oh yes, KK also said it'll give us something to watch from the nursing home.
That was a good one.
Okay, so what I was going to say about we can wait. Oh, Callie, yeah, we'll have to share a padded room if there's a retrial. So what I was going to say about the 8 hours. Okay, I could understand if Dylan and or Bethany, when this was happening, had been attacked also but survived, or something physically would have happened to them, and that would explain to me the 8 hour thing. Okay, um, but that didn't happen, so I can't make sense of it.
The other day, I saw an interview with someone who was in a house, and I believe it was three of her roommates. It wasn't the one with Ted Bundy, but it was up in Buffalo, I think is where it was. And so she was in with her housemates, and they were like brutally unalived. And she walked in and saw, the so, and she convinced herself it wasn't real and went back to bed.
That's a
She
good
was able
possibility.
to block it out, not block it out of her mind in any other way than, like self-preservation. And it's not the first time that I've heard someone come forward and say that that's how they reacted in the situation, because it's just a different way of disassociating yourself with reality because you don't know, or like you don't want to accept what you
But
have.
would you be able to remember a description in that instance? If you
She
block
was able
everything
to describe what she saw in those rooms, but I guess it's more of like a disassociation type thing. Maybe I'm not. It's like a version. That's just what they described. So, I mean, I would think that she obviously processed it all, but she put up a mental block and said, "This is I'm imagining this. I'm going back to bed because this is not real."
Right. That's a good possibility. That's what she's doing.
Could have.
Why would she open the door 3 times though, and then go into that
To make
state?
sure.
I mean, the other girl walked into the room and saw it all.
Well, I'm not talking about the other girl. I'm
But
talking
I'm just
about.
saying that it's just, why would she walk into that room?
Scarlett, when
Oh, I thought
Dylan,
she was just getting home. I'm sorry, Riddler.
no, go
I
ahead.
I thought
No,
she was like just
home the
getting
whole
home.
time.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, she was there with it all, like all happening.
Oh, okay.
And
Never mind.
I mean, I see both sides of this, but I just, the more that I tried to comprehend why, the more I looked into, like, is this normal? And it seems to be, I think, more normal than we
And no
would
matter
expect.
what she says, the defense is going to rip it apart.
Oh yeah.
But once they get on the stand, though, the defense shouldn't tear into them.
What?
It
No.
won't sit well with the jury.
Well,
They really shouldn't.
I don't mean her personally. I'm just saying whatever story she tells, they're going to rip that story
Yeah.
to shreds.
Well, I mean,
They'll do
yeah,
it
they're gonna.
tactfully.
Maybe not attack, but be aggressive.
Well, the judge won't let her treat her as a hostile witness, most likely. But the story itself will be attacked on every level
they won't
possible.
per se
Yeah, what they say
attack
will
her.
be. Yeah, what they say will be picked apart. That's with any trial. But there are sometimes whenever there is a witness on the stand, and the attorney will basically badger them.
Yeah.
And just
The
go at them.
judge will probably pull them back from that, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that was to happen, I'm pretty sure the state would say something anyway, and that's what I'm saying they shouldn't do to them, is like badger them and just go at them hard and all that. Just when they get on the stand, ask the questions that you need to ask. You know, a rebuttal if you need to a question that's asked and their answer, and then move along to the next one.
Had they only had a doorbell, I got a little story. It's quick. Last November, I had a friend and a neighbor who lives 2 doors down, unalived, and she had a doorbell camera, and it literally laid out a total video of the persons there and what happened. And there was no doubt. Just a simple, inexpensive doorbell video.
Yeah, but they didn't have that.
Scarlett, I was going to ask, when did Dylan start communicating with her telephone? Was it between opening the door 1 to door 2 to door 3? Was it 5 minutes after?
I don't think we know, do we?
No. It just says, and hold on, I'm gonna pull up the affidavit just so I can read it word for word.
Digital downloads from the phones of both.
Yeah, that's,
I can quote that at this point.
And Riddler, if she was able to use that phone at all, then why couldn't she have done anything in addition to that?
Wait, did I? Okay. The only thing that it says is that the combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phones, and video of the suspect vehicle, as described below, leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m.
And see what I'm thinking, that right there might be a clue. She is texting somebody, probably Bethany or one of the other ladies, saying, I just saw someone walk out the back door with a black mask on.
Yeah, plus I heard this earlier. What the hell's going on?
Right, well, yeah, what's going on here?
I've thought about that.
Possible time.
And then if she got no answer, that should have created more questions, you would think.
So how would...
But also remember, the digital downloads can also just pick up, like when you pick up your phone or you have the change or the light comes on. So she could have just checked the time, or she could,
got notifications. Because when you get a notification, your phone lights up.
Stuff too.
Right. I don't know. Maybe that'll come out in the trial of what was. Cause I mean, it could have very easily been them two back and forth. Did you hear that? What is that noise? What's going on up there? Between her and Bethany, it could have been Bethany asking Dylan, "Hey, what is that noise going on up there?" or anything like that. Bethany, or not Bethany. I'm sorry. Dylan could have said, "I just seen a guy walk out of the house."
I
You know.
thought Bethany couldn't hear anything.
Well, we don't know if she could or
We don't
not.
know.
Well, possibly.
Because I mean, she was on the first floor, but if there's a hell of a fight going on the second floor, Bethany's room is underneath the living room, and Mr. Gonzalez didn't say where at on the second floor, but he did say there was a hell of a fight on the second floor. So
I really
could it have
can't believe they didn't do any testing as far as what you can and cannot hear from room to room before all that house got rearranged and changed to where now they can't do it. That just, and maybe they did and we don't know, but it just seems to me that would have been a given.
Well, this is the only case that I've seen that every time the defense tries to make a move, they get roadblocked. Normally, it's the other way around because the burden's on the state. The laws.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Wilby. I'm sorry, but somebody's backstage for 6 minutes. He said.
Hold on, let me get back on StreamYard. Go ahead, Riddler.
But as I was saying, the laws were written to protect the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
At least the federal laws were. Now, each state, that's different. But in this case, here's the FBI can go talk to the defense's witness, but how does the defense talk to Bethany, and how do they talk to Dylan?
There's hometown finest.
And nobody's given me that answer. How do they
Right.
communicate with them? They get squashed on everything they tried to do in this case. And at the same time, Ann could be looking at this saying, this guy's guiltier than seven hells. She's going through everything, all the evidence that we don't have, the other 90% that we're missing. She's already gone through it, but she might be saying, no, I'm going to take this all the way to the end, make sure they do every step right and perfect. And every time they mess up, I'm going to bring it out on them. I'm going to call their hand on it to show they're incompetent, them and the police department. So I don't know. All I can tell you is I don't see any harm, especially if I was a judge, why the defense can't speak with those two witnesses.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
There's just
hometown finest is up here now. Let's see what he has to say.
H-Town, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Well, thank you.
First time on anybody panel, so I'm kind of jittery. Plus, I'm trying to stay away from my manager because I'm working.
I appreciate that.
Oh Lord, y'all, he's gonna get in trouble for coming on panel.
You're doing good. Don't sweat it.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, and that's another reason I'm a little bit extra jittery. I hear your voice.
Okay, hold on, y'all.
So,
I gotta turn it down just a little bit.
Oh yeah, because I'm close to my mic.
No, you're good. You were just coming in super loud through my headset.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So, did anybody check out the Clear Lake massacres yet?
The Clear Lake Massacre?
Yeah. To me, it's kind of just like this case. It's just that they said law enforcement cleared the roommate, and later on they came back and she was the one who did it, or at least she was the one who set it up. They cleared her for a long time too, a long time.
When did that happen?
They came.
2003.
I was a kid, and I'm from Houston, so I remember it being all over the news, and it was scary because 4 people were killed, and they was a little bit older than my age, and I was like, how can 4 people that age, that strong, get killed? But I was a kid, so I didn't know that can happen to anybody. But yeah, If y'all look at it, you'll see why I keep saying what I kept saying all these months about check the roommates, make sure check the roommates, because she set it up. And she was jealous of the girls that was in the house with her. But y'all got to look at it for yourself. So you won't say that I'm trying to, like, you know, force a narrative, because I'm not. I just want y'all to see it. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
What was it called again?
Clear
The
Lake
Clear
Massacre,
Lake
Clear Lake?
Massacre.
July
Yeah.
18th, 2003.
Okay, I'm writing
Okay.
that down.
I think I'm on the right.
You said
I think you are
2003?
too. 2003 sounds
In
about right.
Harris County, Texas.
That's me. That's it. That's exactly it.
That's yeah.
I've never
Yeah.
heard of it before.
Yeah. It's 4 people unalive, and
She
I
shot
can't
4 of her
remember.
friends.
It was 2 boys and 2 girls, and if I'm not mistaken, she was jealous of the girls, and she had somebody come do it, but she was clear for a long time, if I'm not mistaken, a long
Yeah, she
time.
had alopecia and began wearing wigs, and her self-confidence was low.
But I don't, when I look at Dylan or even Bethany, I don't see them being jealous of
Of the
Kaylee,
house.
Addie, or Xana.
Yeah, I don't see him
Okay.
being jealous either.
It could have been Bethany. Can you see Bethany being jealous?
I see
Neither one
No,
of
BK
them.
being jealous of something he can't
As of
have.
okay.
I don't, I
No,
just don't
why would he
see
do
that.
that if they were jealous of them? Why would
No,
he
I'm
do
saying
that?
BK was jealous of something he could not obtain or
Not
have.
yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, and also you could also resent it because they are not as
They're succeeding in life.
intelligent. They're
Not
succeeding in life, and he's not, and they're not as quote intelligent as he is.
right.
Exactly.
And
Exactly,
he's had
Bubba.
to work so much harder for it, and they just got it because they're beautiful.
And
And
it
this
never
is, I'm
happened.
saying it from his opinion, like from his
Right.
point of view. I'm not
Right.
saying that I think that. And they've got great relationships with significant others. They're in fraternities, sororities. They've got social lives. They've got healthy relationships with friends.
Yeah.
It's
That their parents.
everything that he couldn't be.
And no matter what he did, that was a prize he could not attain.
Mm-hmm.
But we
They
still have
symbolize
to figure out
everything.
why did he pick them? Like, why did he watch them to know, to be jealous of them? He had to be watching them to see what happens to them, right? But how did he find them? That's what we
I
need to
mean,
find out.
who knows that? But I mean, they were beautiful. They were confident. They were strong. They were moving along
Damn
in
it.
life, and
There was a question. I was looking to see if it was on my list, and now I don't even remember what the dang question was. Well, shit.
and I think this all started when he lost his job, and all. I think that was the kind of the catalyst of him finally realizing nothing was going to work out for him. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I thought he lost his job
I think it
after.
would have been when his professor had him go in front of the class
yeah, it was
and
humiliating.
they humiliated him. These dumb, like, freshmen or whatever undergrads telling him how he needed to do his job, and they don't know anything. He knows everything. And the professor put him in the position where
He
he's
got
just going to
called
let
out.
all these idiots tell
But do y'all
him.
think that the professor did that in front of the class and not
Yeah, he did.
in like a private setting?
No,
There are
did it in front
multiple
of.
students from that class that said that they had a meeting because he was grading too harshly, and he like essentially sat in front of the classroom, and they all brought up their grievances against
Oh,
him.
now I do remember that. I do remember
Mhm.
that. But that wasn't
And
with
that
the
was a few
professor,
weeks
though, was
before.
it?
That was the professor brought him into the class that day to do that, so that the students could confront him directly,
Right. And that was a few
or
weeks
not
before.
confront, have a conversation, whatever. But
Yeah, I think
he
that's what
normally
kicked him over
wasn't
the
in the
edge.
classroom. And I think I'm sure that there were a lot of things piling on all at once, but to me that probably was
That broke the camel's back.
And so he's in his PhD program, gonna start this new life. He wanted to get that research position at the police academy. He didn't get it. And we go with the other like incel stuff. Then 2 women were the ones that got those 2 open positions. He didn't. He had to sit in class with them every day. While they were all taking the same class, he probably thought he was more intelligent, deserved that position more. And they're a bunch of idiots. And how in the world did he get stuck teaching a bunch of undergrads and they're the ones that got those positions? That would build up a lot of resentment if that's how he viewed it.
But it's 2 different schools.
No,
it doesn't matter.
It's not 2 different. That's the same school.
Washington State.
They're both at Washington State.
I think he thought when he went out there it was going to be like a new start, and he would have this position of power over students, being a graduate, doctoral, program, and be over these students. And I think none of it turned out to be at all like he thought it was, and he failed miserably.
And he thought he was just going to go in there and be the star.
Yeah, and they gave him more than one chance. I mean, they came in and they had a talk with him, gave him points of improvement, and he screwed that up.
And I've only seen confirmed, I guess, like in 1 or 2 places, but the other stuff has been pretty widely reported on, and I was able to figure out who got those research positions at the university instead of him. And they deserved them over him.
How he came to identify with those girls, though, and I'm not sure that he was fixated on one of them or 2 of them or whatever, but how they've never made that connection, and I'm curious about that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't dive. I can't wait either for the show to start. Hey, Green Punk, how are you? I'm back in chat trying to find something.
H-Town Finest turned into a shelf. Oh, he's back.
You said the shelf? Oops.
That's my husband.
I'm blushing. So I don't want to show my face when I'm blushing.
Hey, he's breaking up a little bit. I can barely hear him.
What'd you say, Christy? That's your husband?
He doesn't want the ladies watching to get too excited when they see his face. He has to cover it.
Isn't that my online husband, Scarlett?
Do what now? I had to mute for a second. What is it?
Isn't he my online husband?
That's what y'all say.
I just asked you that.
Yep.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Marina, who are you talking about in chat that is a troll?
Are you having an okay night, Marina?
Me and the mods, we're trying to figure out who she's talking about because I haven't seen a troll in chat.
What's married to Stone Jada?
What?
Who's married to Stone Jada?
I don't know what you're saying except my name.
He's being a robot.
You better go the other way where your manager is so you get service.
Yeah, he's breaking up really bad.
Sorry, guys.
Don't know what you're saying. Why are you even calling me that?
Who called who what?
Me by my other name, my old name.
Oh, there it went.
I don't know what the hell's going on in chat right now. I'm trying to find out, but
I think Fofa was right.
about what?
Back chat. What she said.
I'm trying to look for something. I haven't seen anything.
Hey Al, how are you? I don't know. Maybe I'll get the answer later. I have no idea what they're talking about, honestly.
Why did she drop?
Who?
Marina.
Oh, she said earlier she was getting sleepy.
Oh, but she's not sleepy.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
BK was in junior ROTC in high school, correct?
Yes.
When he went to college, did he enroll into the ROTC program?
I don't know.
He got, well, according to
Yeah, there was one thing he was kicked out of.
that was the army or the law enforcement. That was his junior year, or no, his. So during his junior, I forget if it was during his
I think
junior
it was
or
his.
after
I think it was his
sophomore year.
junior, and because they
But then
said
that's when he went online.
Yeah, he did like the senior year online.
The army?
Like at the vocational school.
Yeah, it was for the army and
I think it was
the
law
police academy.
enforcement.
Yeah, because they have an Army ROTC, they have an Air Force ROTC.
Like National Guard?
No, it's like it's a recruiting officer training thing is what ROTC stands for.
And then when they graduate, they go in.
They pay your way, and then when you get out, you owe them so much service.
Well, the ROTC thing, I had to take it whenever I was in high school. And one high school I was at, I did Army. The other one I did Air Force. And all it is, it gives you like a basics of the military. You learn how to march. You learn how to line up.
Yeah, I was talking about college.
Yeah, I don't know how the college one is.
Yeah, I had a fraternity brother that did that.
Okay. And I do know that the one day, whatever it was that Bryan was in, had something to do with law enforcement.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was. I don't think it was the ROTC thing.
No,
I think it was just a law enforcement program. I think it's law enforcement, EMT, and there might have been something else.
Would you ever join after watching the video?
Join what?
What?
The military. After watching the video of everything that you have to do or go through.
No.
Well, I was planning on, after I got out of high school, joining the Air Force. I just never did.
Well, what stopped you? We're an Air Force family.
My son just retired from the Air Force after 20-some years.
Yeah, I mean, my plan was to follow in my grandfather's footsteps and go through the Air Force. That was the whole reason why I went through ROTC and all that. But just life happened, and I never did. Summer, I want some gummy bears.
The way they treat our vets, no, I wouldn't do it. They don't treat them right. They don't treat them with respect.
Not only does the government not treat them right, but other citizens don't treat. They bash them and they beat them and they, you know what I mean? It's not just the government that doesn't treat them right. They don't treat them right.
We need to thank God for the people who give their service to our armed forces.
Yes, and people disrespecting them irritates the hell out of me.
They do a hell of a service.
Because
if it wasn't, when they do that.
If it wasn't for the people they were bashing, they wouldn't have the right to bash.
Exactly.
And that's what makes me mad.
They kept us safe while we were sleeping in our beds while they were out fighting.
They keep us safe 24/7 whether we're in war or not.
And then you want to sit? They want to sit here and bash
for anything and everything.
And I tell you what, we got jets that fly really low above the house because I live close to the base and the airport, and I thank them all the time. I just look up when they fly over, and I just thank them all the time because that's just how I feel. Like, I said my whole family's an Air Force family, so like I just thank them all the time, and it just upsets me when they get treated poorly.
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
My
So
son was
like themselves.
with the what is it, the Blue Angels, or I can't remember exactly which one.
Oh,
Yep,
they
Blue Angels and
But anyway,
Thunderbirds.
one year when Obama was in, he cut the funding to it, so they basically sat around and didn't do anything for about a year and a half, 2 years.
Dang, I saw a video or a picture of what it looks like from one of the planes, one of the jets in the formation. It's crazy. They're so close to each other. God.
Yeah, he was just ground. I forget the designation, ground maintenance, and
Oh, okay.
traveled with the whole entourage or whatever.
It still looks scary.
Hold on, Summer. Let me get back to StreamYard. Y'all, I'm never on StreamYard. I'm always looking at other stuff.
And that right there, friends, is why you stay in the back for however long.
Because I mean, I don't have any reason to look at StreamYard unless I have something pulled up on the screen.
So what are you looking at, Scarlett?
Looking through the affidavit. I got kicked out of the Army ROTC because I wouldn't wear my uniform or keep my hair. Oh, Miriam, gotta keep your hair up over your collar line. Gotta wear that uniform a certain way once a week in high school.
Now they got new rules for the ladies that joined. They can wear their hair down, but it has to be, I don't know, some kind of ponytail now.
Oh man, we had to keep ours up above the collar line, like Miriam was saying, in a bun.
Oh, I remember seeing them in boot camp. They had them pushed up, and they had to pin it up. Most of the ladies just said, "Forget this, I'm going to get it cut."
November, weren't you in the Air Force?
Yeah, 20 years.
Without being too nosy, 20 years. That's what my son just did. He just finished up his gig and got a job with Boeing in San Antonio.
Yeah, I wanted to go for 30, but Bill Clinton at that time was trying to reduce Ronald Reagan's military, and they were looking for any reason to get rid of you. And
sounds like Biden.
Well, if you were on
Avery's backstage.
You're on blood pressure.
I know, I see her.
And you had to take it for more than 90 days. You were gone because they have some legal rights with it. Because if you came a POW, they're going to say, "I got your medicine right here,
right,
that you need, but you're going to have to give me something too." And if you're a diabetic or any of these others, blood pressure, you're going to give them what they want so you can get your medicine.
Exactly.
Holy cow!
So that's why, yeah. So now you're not worldwide, and there's other things that go into that. You could be deployed. Of course, you take your medicine with you, but what if you accidentally spilt them into the pool, or you got thrown in the pool while you had your medicine in your pocket? Guys are playing around, they throw you in the pool. Now your medicine's all gone. We can't get you medicine now.
Right.
So
Hey, can you guys hear me this time?
Yes.
Holy moly.
So everything went to worldwide operational readiness, because when they cut it hard. They just shut down Air Force bases, towns about went bankrupt. I can imagine Army and Navy the Marines went through the same thing. And there's nothing that'll boom your economy more than a military base.
Hey, I was listening to you guys earlier talking about Dylan.
You're in the tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're under.
breaking up, kind of.
You're in the water again.
Oh my god.
You
It
have to go
only
outside.
does it. It's like you're holding your phone up too close to your mouth or something. That's what it sounds like.
Who's that person?
And you start out good, and then it just goes bad.
Is it so bad?
Now it's good when you first start, but then it kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You would have to say more than just, "Is it okay
There's
now?"
something wrong with. I think there's something wrong with StreamYard for me because I don't have my phone up to my ear or anything like that.
see, like Wilby said, when you first start talking, you sound fine, and then the more you talk, it's like it goes to like a muffled sound.
Is it muffled now? Am I still muffled?
No, not right now. You're not.
Okay. I was listening to you guys. I hope I can get this out. I was listening to you guys talking about Dylan a while ago, and I just wanted to remind you.
Okay, we can't hear you now.
You're going to have to go outside, Avery.
She's probably got some real good stuff in here. We can't hear it.
Exactly.
Right.
She's going to have to climb the Green Acres telephone pole.
Avery, are you having bad weather or something?
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
It's
can.
good at first.
At this very moment.
I
And
feel
I'm
like
outside.
I'm in a commercial.
I'm outside. I don't know what is going on. But there's probably new people. And I wanted to tell you guys, retell you guys the story about what happened with my sister and me.
She's doing it again.
Retell us the story of time underwater.
Yeah, you start out sounding good, and then I don't know why it's doing that. Whenever you used to go out on your porch, it didn't never do that. We were always able to hear you fine.
Try to go in your car and connect to your car Wi-Fi. Maybe.
You have car Wi-Fi? Cars have
Yeah.
Wi-Fi?
Or figure out what changes after you start talking, and then it starts going from
It
good
sounds
to
like
bad.
she moves her phone, and when she moves it, it just.
That's what it sounds like.
Avery, you said you wasn't gonna blink.
Oh, she says she's on her porch. I don't know why it's doing that. Usually when she's outside,
She might have to set her phone down in a certain
Maybe
area.
reset your phone. I don't know.
Does she have a headset on?
I don't know.
Remember, that's what was my problem.
Mm-hmm.
She might have to take.
What I sounded like?
Yeah.
No, you sounded like you were coming through in Morse code.
She might.
Yeah, yours was like coming in and out.
It was like voice version.
Okay, she says she's getting on her getting in her car on the car Wi-Fi, so that'll take her just a second.
Yeah.
Just on said Avery's practicing her mermaid moves.
Avery, I have a name for your channel now.
Aliba, climb the pole.
Or maybe when she gets connected, it'll work better.
Testing 1, 2, 3, Avery.
All right, and while we're waiting on Avery to get her thing connected, can y'all go hit the thumbs up?
Okay, I'm on my. Am I better? I'm in my car on my car Wi-Fi.
Okay,
Yeah.
I heard you were on your car something.
You're gonna have to stop moving
your phone. If it's StreamYard, sorry, Fofa. I would try to restart your phone, if anything else.
I did. I tried restarting. Am I still bad?
Not right now.
Not too bad.
Holy moly!
You sound good now.
Whatever you have to say better be good.
Are you moving
we
your
can't
phone?
stand the suspense. We're about to go.
No. Look, I'm not even. My phone is in front of me.
See, you're breaking up again.
It has to do with StreamYard then.
Yeah, it must be. She may have to go out and then come right back in.
Yeah, you might have to restart it.
All right, let me get her.
I'm dying to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, because she tried to come up earlier and tell us, and it was doing the same thing then.
That's Willie's future mother-in-law, right?
That's what I hear. Hey, Linda,
We ain't
how
heard
are
from
you?
Willie.
No, not since
Hold
the other
on.
night.
Will you repeat that, Riddler?
I said that's Willie's future mother-in-law,
And who is that?
Avery.
Avery? So Avery has a daughter that's Willie's age.
Mm-hmm. Avery, do you want to leave your camera on? Okay, I guess
she might be in the middle of restarting
it.
All right.
I'm just trying not to touch anything. Am I good?
Yeah, you're kind of in and out a little bit, but you're not. I don't think you're as bad as what you were.
Oh, good.
How's she showing her car thing?
No, I'm trying to hook to the car.
Okay, so try to tell us what it is that you were trying to tell us.
Okay, but can you actually hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
right
we
now
can
we
hear
can.
Okay, so remember I told you guys a while back about when my sister got attacked in my house?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so my sister and my 16-year-old niece had moved in with me because she was escaping a violent ex.
Right.
And my niece used to have a lot of teenage kids in and out of the house constantly. And so one night I was in bed on one side of the house because I had to work in the morning, and I heard a bunch of commotion, and I thought that my niece had friends over, or her and my sister were like, like rough playing. And I opened my bedroom door and literally yelled at them, "Shut the F up. I have to work in the morning." And before I closed my bedroom door, I seen a guy walking and he had a black sweatshirt hoodie on, walking out my front door. It never crossed my mind that was my sister's ex. I thought it was one of my niece's friends, or because there were so many people in and out. And I had heard a lot of commotion, but I just put it off to that they must have been like horsing around, monkeying around. Well, I went to bed, went to sleep, and in the morning when I got up, my niece came screaming bloody murder, like screaming terribly. And her ex Marcus had found her and he had stabbed her all up. And I mean, her hands, her arms, everything. And it was so bad that her fingers and hands were practically severed. And she could not get to a phone to call. She couldn't get to a phone to call 911. She laid like that all night long.
Yeah.
So she ended up going into the hospital, for a long time, and she's fine now. But my point is that your mind really doesn't just go straight to what the worst could possibly be. Your mind thinks of other things, especially if you have like a lot of people in and out, like my niece did.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think that that's what happened with Dylan.
If I had guests at my house, that would just, to me, that's just unacceptable. You have to respect the fact that someone's letting you stay with them. To me, that's just out of bounds.
Oh yeah, they used to make me mad all the time, but I felt so much guilt the next morning, and I felt like an idiot telling the police that I seen, a guy leaving with a hoodie on, and thinking that it was like one of my niece's friends or something. Like I felt so stupid telling them
Makes you
that.
feel like a guest at your own house.
It made me feel responsible. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Didn't he go to jail for that?
well, he went to jail for that, and then he got out, and then he actually unalived somebody. Went to jail for that. He stabbed somebody. He stabbed somebody over drugs, at the Amsterdam gas station in Montgomery. It was all over YouTube. Everybody filmed it. He actually got bail while he was in there for M. He actually got bail, and while he was out on bail, the beginning of this year, he unalived somebody else, and now he's back sitting in jail.
Damn.
That's kind of like what happened to my neighbor and friend who was unalived last November. I kept telling her, I said, "You don't know these people, Paula." I said, "Get them out of your house." She thought she was friends with them.
Well, see, that was her ex, and at first she had went into the Sunshine Center, and they put her in a safe home. But her and my niece just felt so uncomfortable there. And we didn't think that he knew where I lived because I lived way out in the country. And so I told her, just come here because he has no idea where I live. I mean, I was like 5 counties away. And
Now, how old is your niece?
Now well, when this happened, she was 16. Now she is 28.
Yeah, a 16-year-old doesn't understand the danger, and
I mean, Dylan was only 19 at the time.
Yeah, but you guys got to think about how old I was, and I didn't.
Right,
exactly. I mean, I didn't go check on my sister. I didn't call the police. I didn't do anything. In fact, when I crawled back in bed, I texted my ex-husband, and I was like, "They're freaking horse playing again. I'm going to be so tired at work tomorrow."
Yeah.
And that's what I thought it was. So it does happen. That's my whole point, is that it really does happen.
Also could be a possibility that's why she opened the door then, 2-3 times?
Yeah, probably like I was doing, opening the door and yelling at them to shut the hell up.
Yeah, if they were in my house, that would be said one time, and after that, they would be looking for a new place to live. If I were a guest at your house and under a situation like that, I would go out of bounds to absolutely not to intrude, to do anything to disrupt your normal flow of life.
Yeah, but family does that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You have to set boundaries whether it's family or not, period.
And teenagers.
Yeah.
I guess my problem must be my Wi-Fi, because
you sound fine now.
You sound great now.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm sitting in my car. I'm connected to my car's Wi-Fi, and now I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah, it sounds just like you usually do whenever you're sitting outside with your taquitos and chickens, all that.
Your tacos.
Chickens. Yeah, so it must be my Wi-Fi. I don't know what is going on. It must be my Wi-Fi.
Bye, Eva. Bye, Tony.
Wait.
Bye, Eva. Bye, Tony. Bye, Evie.
Yeah.
All right,
I hope
Tony.
you can hear me.
Get an early start tomorrow, so I'll see you all later.
Okay, Tony. Have a good night.
Bye, Tony.
Tell Evie I say hi when you see her around.
Yep. I hear you, Falco.
Good night, Tony.
Good night.
The other thing I wanted to tell you guys, and then I'm going to hop down because I'm sitting out here in my car and at 2:00 in the morning. Do you guys remember the doctor? She was a sex therapist who was unalived in 2020. She was pushed off of her 3rd-story balcony. I think she had.
Oh, you're talking about. She used to be Drew Carey's ex-fiance or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
That trial started today or yesterday on Court TV, if anybody wants to watch it during the day.
I think it was yesterday it started.
I seen something about her brother had made a statement saying that the guy that is on trial is the one that's responsible for it.
Yeah, his DNA was under her fingernails and everything. They had been broken up for like 8 years, and he had still been stalking her. She had 2 restraining orders against him.
Yeah, them restraining orders does not stop anybody.
It's just a piece of paper. That's it.
Yeah.
Avery, someone asking what's the name of the trial.
Oh, it's Amy. Amy. Oh, good grief.
I remember seeing. Hold on, let me go to Twitter real quick.
Okay.
I do remember seeing it on there. If I can find it real quick.
It's on Court TV.
Okay, well let me just go to Court TV then.
Yeah, that's where they're having the trial.
I'm pretty sure it started yesterday.
I think you're right, Betty Jo.
Because I remember seeing it. Shit, where's it at? That's not it. Okay. Amy Harwick.
That's it.
Hold on, I'm gonna get the name and put it in the chat real quick.
I was talking muted and I said a lot.
Okay, so there is Atonda, thank you. There is the name of the doctor that was unalived. And is her trial, is it on Court TV? Are they doing it on Court TV or is it through Law and Crime?
Court TV.
Okay.
And it's funny because his alibi is like so similar to Bryan Kohberger's. He's saying that he was near there, but he didn't do it.
I know that they said from just reading as scrolling through social media today that they have video of him, I believe, going into where she was at. But I didn't get to read the whole thing. It was just like, when you're scrolling and you can see some of the wording when they're talking about it, it says something about that there was video in the court that was played in the court today of showing him going into wherever it was that she was at.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a good trial.
I may have to check it out tomorrow.
Scarlett, back to the Mad Greek.
Okay, I'm going to hop down. Riddler, I'm so sorry. I'm going to hop down so I can go back in the house. I feel weird sitting out here at 2 o'clock in the morning with my car on.
Okay, well, have a good night. Thank you for coming up and explaining all that to us.
Just don't make 3-point turns.
I know.
Make sure you lock the doors.
I'll be in the chat. Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm Lauren. Bye, guys.
All right, have a good night.
Bye.
On the any of the documents, does it say where Xana was at, or she was found?
Just in her room on the floor.
That's anywhere in the room, right? Not stop preventing a door from opening.
It just says, Payne says as he approached the room, he seen what he later learned was, hold on, let me just go back to it because it's easier just to read it verbatim. Give me a second. Go all the way back up here. Okay. Let me find the Xana part. Okay, so Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs. This is after he's unlocked through the front door and all that. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. And it just says about Ethan that he was also. It says also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin, and that he was deceased with wounds later determined as being caused by sharp force injuries. So yeah, it does. It don't say where at in the room, just on the floor in the room.
Well, he's saying as I approach the room, so evidently he hasn't entered the room yet. And if I
Right.
remember, that room is built where you have to go in and then you take a left and it really opens up.
Well, her bedroom, and hold on, let me go grab the virtual thing because it'll be easier.
And I know there's a closet right next to her door.
Yeah, whenever you walk into the bedroom, to the right would be the closet door.
The jury is gonna have a hard time with this floor plan, I think, with like just trying to decide with what you can hear or see, and just by the floor plan, and the floor plan is wonky. And I don't know, I just think
I
that
hear
might
background noise.
Conversation with
I don't know where it's coming from. Okay. Let me pull this up real quick. Alright, so can y'all see this?
Before you start, I'm gonna head out and go to bed. But have a great night, everyone.
Alright, have a good night, and I will talk to you till tomorrow, I'm sure.
Good night, Fofa.
Yeah. Good night. Thanks,
I'm gonna drop.
everyone.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'll be in chat though.
Alright, Christy, have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Bye bye.
Alright, bye. Okay. So this is the stairs just coming up from the first floor. So this would be the hallway to Xana's room. They're saying that this is where she was found, but we don't know exactly where she was found at in the room. Just X's speculation that Ethan was found here, but it does say in the PCA that he was also found in the room. I just have to go in the room to show it. But yeah, so this is the way they have it set up here. I don't know if this is really how her room was set up or not. But if it is, they would have, if Ethan was on the bed, then he would have been on the bed. But if he was on the floor, they would have both been in this area, somewhere there.
But we know that she couldn't have been up against the bed. In other words, I'm trying to say, when you look at it from that other view, he couldn't see that bed from back there from where he was at till he actually walks in.
Yeah. Because if that's where it's at, then no,
Right.
he wouldn't be able to see it because of the door.
He wouldn't have saw Ethan until he got inside.
Right.
So who went first, Ethan or Xana?
I don't know.
Wow.
I mean, if you think about it, it could go really either way.
Oh yeah, there's some people think Xana was the target, and that was very first one. We'll find that out later too.
Yeah, I hope that that's something that they do. That they do come out and say, like, his path of travel through the house. You know, did he go up to the third floor first? Because I always think about what Mr. Gonzalez says and I know a lot of people take it different ways, but where he said about he didn't have to go up, was up the stairs or up the steps, however you said it. But, you know, did it start on the second floor and finish on the third floor? Or did it start on the third floor and finish on the second?
I'm thinking it started on the third floor. That's just me right now. And as he's coming down, that's where he runs into, I want to say, Xana. Attacks her, gets her out of the way, and steps over her and goes to her boyfriend. Gets him. And then as
Yeah.
he's coming out, he's worn out because there's a big fight. He might have had a fight on both at the same time.
Could have.
He
I don't
just
know.
put him back on the bed after he made the fatal blow. And I'm thinking he's worn out. He's ready to get out of there. He's gone over his time limit. And as he's getting ready to walk out, he runs into Dylan. And he sees her and stares at her. And he says, "No, I better get out of here. She might be on the phone and already called 911." So now he makes that. That's why he made that haste retreat so fast. Why didn't he just pull off like Cool Joe? He came in like that, so he should have just pulled off like a smooth operator and just left easy. But he's sped out of there. If they're saying it's BK.
Yeah, and I've always thought that it started on the third floor also, and I don't know if he ran into Xana coming down the stairs to the second floor, and she ran to her room, and he followed, or did he run into Ethan and he followed? You know, I don't know. That's one of the things I hope that does come out though in the trial.
And I could throw a plenty of different possibilities because that's what they gave us with the PCA. If they'd have put that PCA at a different timing and showed him only in the house for 10 minutes, okay, I could go with that. I really could.
Right.
But what makes them think he showed up at 4 o'clock? And I know it's only probable cause. It's not reasonable right now. The PCA, nothing in that PCA is reasonable. That's all probable. You got to have reasonable to convict. So what in that PCA made them think that the bad guy walks in at 4? Or whatever time they got.
Well, they're claiming that 404 is when the car is still driving. So if he's the one driving and parks his car and walks into the house, it would have had to have been after 404. But then Dylan saying she was woke up at 4 by what she thought was Kaylee playing with her dog, which I've have wondered if her thinking that was Kaylee playing with her dog, if that was really her being attacked.
Or maybe she was playing with her dog at 4.
And she could have been that too.
And it could have been the DoorDash driver at Woke Road. Could have banged on the door. He could have knocked on the door and had the. He could have knocked on the door and said DoorDash or something and just left it right there.
Could have.
And then walked away. Maybe that woke her up. And then she goes back. What brings her out the second time?
I don't know. These are all the questions that hopefully we'll get.
Was it the male's voice? I'm here to help you.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the PCA because it does say something about. Hold on. All right, let me find it real quick.
I'm back.
Something caused her to open that door 3 times.
Right. Okay, let me find it. 1 second. Shit, where did it go? Okay. So, DM stated she originally went to sleep in her room. She was woken at approximately 4:04 by what she thought sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog. A short time later, she says she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of "someone's here." So they're saying at that time it could have been Xana because her phone was showing that she was on TikTok at 4:12. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. So that would have been the first time. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Then, okay, hold on. At approximately 4:17, the security camera picks up the sounds, the loud thud and the whimper and all this and that. DM stated that she opened her door a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black and a mask to cover the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. So when she heard the cry, she opened the door the second time, and then she opened it for the third time after the crime, and that's when she saw the person walk by.
And then they think he left at 4:25, right?
Well, it says in here that at 4:20 he was seen leaving the area at a high rate of speed. The car was, but then it also says that the combination of DM statements, uh, the forensic downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phones led them to believe that led investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. So, still not understanding the 5-minute thing. He left at 4:20 at a high rate of speed. Like, where are they getting the extra 5 minutes? And hopefully, that'll be something that'll be brought out too.
Well, they'll change it there because now they've upped the ante because a jury's instructed no longer probable, but now it's got to be reasonable beyond doubt. There's that word doubt. So if you have any doubt in this, you can't legally, you're not supposed to vote guilty. So that's why the burden's on the state. So right now they've got him. Yes, I say probable cause. Yeah, they've got him. Can the state prove beyond reasonable doubt? And they'll have to change that timeline, or otherwise you're putting doubt in this.
Yeah,
And they got to be 12 out of 12.
Right.
and we don't know what the cast is going to say, so we still have that to hear about whenever the trial does start, which is going to be super interesting. And like I said, if it puts him, hey Jay Clark, how are you? If it puts him in that house, then firing squad it is.
Exactly. And I would volunteer for that.
Yeah, because at that point, it's been proven that he did it. He deserves the death penalty.
But I'd still rather be a python and slither into the cell. That way it's slower. And I can talk to him like the snake talked to Eve.
Are you gonna you're gonna, like, after you're already in the cell, you need more answers from him? Wait a second.
I'll have him all wrapped up where he can't do anything, and all he can do is talk to me.
Yeah.
Give me the answers, or I squeeze tighter.
First one is, where's the knife?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to know that answer also. Like, where is it?
Well,
You
I'm gonna
would
jump
think
down.
he got rid of it when he did the loot that morning, that little 2-hour out of the way loot.
Oh, sure. I mean, he could have
Yeah.
already had a hole dug.
And I mean, I know that's a large area, but it seems if you put enough bodies and enough time, you would have a chance.
I mean, just do a grid search. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could keep up with where they've already looked, and just make sure that you're walking in that line in a certain grid, and cover all ground.
And without a doubt, they could come up with all the volunteers they could possibly need.
Oh yes, in this case for sure.
He could have had that hole dug a week ahead of time.
Exactly.
Knows where he's going to go in there. Throw the double sealed garbage bag in there along with the other one. And then that's why you would have a shovel, I guess, and cover it up.
But don't you think it's worth the effort, Riddler?
Worth the effort to what? Wrap him
I
up
mean,
like
to
a snake?
put a number of people in start that route he took after the crime he allegedly committed and go through the whole thing. It would take a while, but
Oh, I'm sure they've already went through that, and I'm sure the FBI's wised them up. Says, you know how much man hours that's going to take. We just got back from a dump site in Savannah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long shot, but it would just seem to me something
they would have to get volunteers for that. Like
that's what I'm saying. But don't you think they could get literally all the volunteers and then some?
Oh yeah, they would have plenty of volunteers for this, just to go out there and look for something like that.
Well,
I'll volunteer.
They had a gentleman missing here in my hometown, and the police, they even had dogs. They couldn't find him. They found his vehicle parked next to the woods, but they couldn't find him. And later on, we had this group. It wasn't Crime Stoppers. It's called Justice Coalition, and they asked everybody to come out, and they were going to do a grid search like you're talking about. They found him that day. He was deceased, but they found his body.
They found some guy that had been lost for a good while. I can't remember how many years. Here about a week ago, somewhere out west. I can't remember exactly.
Riddler, KK said for you to first go slither into where all the unredacted docs are and tell us everything. So that's like mission number 1.
Yeah, bring them back out.
Oh yeah, you can do that too. I'm sure we can find somebody to be waiting outside for you to
KK, we can change my name from Riddler, and you and I can be the Wonder Twins. Remember how they would touch their rings and they would say activate, and then we can go inside there and get everything we want.
Oh, Almighty Isis.
Alright, that was another one. Where did it go? Maybe that was the only one. And I was scrolling through the chat just a second ago. So that would be your 2 objectives. Go find the unredacted documents and then go visit BK.
I hate to leave the party, but
you're going.
The little one wants to go to sleep, so.
Okay, well, have a good night.
Y'all have a good night.
You too, and hopefully the storm doesn't get too bad where you're at.
Yeah, I hope not.
Well, if you can, email me tomorrow sometime. Just let me know how y'all are.
Okay.
So, all right. Well, have a good night. Y'all try to get some sleep.
I will. All right, y'all. Goodbye.
All right. Have a good night.
Glowbug, I don't like snakes either.
But you want to be a snake.
No, just for that one time.
Oh, just for the special BK account. Okay.
If he's guilty, if he's found guilty.
So wait, if he's found guilty?
If BK is in trial, if it comes out that he's guilty, yeah, he deserves the DP.
But you need to get the answers before that, though.
Well, oh yeah, I will. I'll get everything.
Oh, you're gonna go back and do.
I'm gonna get it before that. Yeah, I was talking in the real world there, but in the fantasy world, yeah, I would be a snake, get in there and wrap him. Now tell me where everything's at. Why'd you do it? Tell me your whole plan. What were you thinking?
You never know. He may just spill it all. I still don't see him doing it, but you never know.
But once again, that guy in Gainesville, Ed Humphrey.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got witnesses who saw you at the same apartment. We got witnesses who saw you leave from that apartment and go into the woods. I mean, this guy was getting all gaslighted like that. And when they found out, I mean, thank God for DNA. Otherwise, he was cooked goose, and Danny Rowland was on the loose. And when it came out, they went, uh-oh. And here's what they did years later after they retired, the detectives. They asked them to say, why'd y'all go after him? They go, well, he fit the bill, and at the time, it was the right thing to do for the community. Now, the good news is the governor, after 4 years, pardoned him and restored his right. Well, or I should say, restored his rights
Mhm.
because he was still listed as a felon.
And that's a case. You sent me like a bunch of information on it that I want to get into and like start reading up on it and getting information on it. I just don't have time.
And I'll tell you, between the police department and the press, they sold everybody, including me, that they had the right guy. Everything went right back to normal. And when it came back, their DNA, there's no matter of fact, it's not even the same type blood.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could have done that in the doctor's office.
Right.
And when that happened, here we go back to shutdown again.
Yeah, I want to get into it. I want to read up on that one and Ted Bundy's. And there was another one you told me about that you and Lady B were talking about, and I don't remember what it is, but I've got it wrote down somewhere. That was like another SK.
Yeah, he was before
thing.
Bundy. It's the Casanova, and
that-
he was back in the 60s.
Okay, that may be it. And then BTK, like he's got a lot of stuff coming up with him. Have y'all seen that?
Oh yeah, he's helping them out now, or anyway, they're digging from where he used to work at in his garage.
Well, it was
Property.
they went and dug up the yard at his previous house, and they found some pantyhose, and I don't know if there's anything else, but his daughter went and visited him in jail after like 18 and a half years of not seeing him. She went and saw him, and she said that she went in, she was straightforward while she was there, and she said that after 18 and a half years of not seeing her, he lied straight to her face and was trying to come up with alibis of where he was at during that time and all this that because they were looking for that one uh, who was responsible for the one girl, and I forgot what her name is, but I want to say that there's been uh, another case that they're thinking that he may be responsible for, but I can't remember the girls' names. But one of them was at um, he was working installing security cameras or security systems, and the girl was at the washateria across the street from there, and that's how they linked it up because of a journal entry that he had did something about bad laundry day or something like that.
There's from what I saw on television the other day, over 100,000 unsolved cases.
Which is sad. You imagine all of these families, especially like way back in the day, of these people who might have had parents that was older and they never got to see justice gotten for their loved one, for their kid or family member,
Yeah.
and before they passed away.
I didn't realize I was muted, but I was telling, in North Carolina, there's a guy named Daryl Hunt who was convicted of a SA offense.
Uh-huh.
And they finally came back and found conclusively that his DNA did not match. Only know law enforcement stood by their original investigation. They would not let it go. It was so ridiculous what they did to this guy. And they never would back up. It was sad.
What year was that?
Google Daryl Hunt, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It would probably been in the 80s, maybe. He stayed in prison for, 15, 20 years until they finally, the DNA evidence and the technology caught up with it. They proved his innocence and had another guy who described exactly what happened and said, Daryl Hunt was not with me. I didn't even know the guy. But law enforcement would not agree with the new narrative, and they swore by he was guilty, blah, 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 when the evidence clearly showed they had screwed up and got the wrong guy.
Oh, damn. Oh, let's see. Rock Chalk said BTK house is gone. BTK Yard, house gone. I was friends with his wife Paula, but he won't admit the outside Tulsa murders. He worked for ADT. She was at laundromat. He won't admit because it crossed state lines becomes federal. But his daughter did say uh, that they had offered him. I read it the other night.
Transactional, you said it the other night,
Yeah,
transactional immunity.
something like that, where if he would just tell about the cases and his involvement in it, that he wouldn't be charged with them.
They found a ligature piece of pantyhose where they dug up here
Right
last week.
in his old yard.
Yeah. And didn't he have some kind of journal or something that they also found information?
Yeah, that's what linked him to the girl that they were looking for that disappeared at the laundromat, because he had put in the journal, it was like bad laundry day or something like that, and he was working installing the security system across the street from the laundromat where this girl went missing, and that's how they linked him, was through that journal entry.
I've read somewhere where it was up to 5 cases that they can possibly.
Yeah, I followed his daughter, Carrie, on Twitter, and I've kind of been keeping up with like what she's been, because she finally was just now able to, like a week or so ago, to come out and tell about all this. And she said like a day or so ago that there's more cases that they're thinking that he could be responsible for.
If that were your child, would you be okay with him taking a plea with no death penalty if he allocated exactly what happened?
No.
You would hold out for a full conviction and the death penalty?
I would want the death penalty.
I hear you.
I mean, he's in there for the rest of his life for the stuff that he's admitted to already, but and that's fine if those families accepted that. That's
their decision.
Yeah, right. Me personally, if it was my child, I would want the death penalty.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And like I said, it's sad if these girls these cases that they're looking into, if their loved ones have already passed on and they never got to see justice for them. And if that's the case, then there really wouldn't be anybody who would have any say as far as like, okay, well, he needs to be charged, he needs to
or any closure or sense of satisfaction or justice,
right,
per se, if there's such a thing.
Okay, so Rothschild said that Kansas does not have the death penalty. I'd say moving to a state that does, honestly. What about Oklahoma? Because this one girl was from Oklahoma, right?
I think so, but there was one of them they were pretty sure he did, and it seems like I read where they actually ruled that one out. And again, I'm bad about reading the first couple paragraphs, so I could be wrong on that.
Yeah.
Scarlett, another good one to read about is, I think it's Gary Ridgway, the Green River case.
That might have been the other one that you had sent to me.
I was trying to figure what he did for it. I think he was a mechanic, but I'm not sure.
Okay, what was his SK name?
Green River.
That could have been the one that you had told me about. There's several of them that I have a list that I want to start reading on just to get more information on them, but just got to find time.
The Darrell Hunt guy committed his murder in 1984, and the DNA results exonerated him in 1994, but it took an additional 10 years of legal appeals to exonerate him. And I think that was it was the Innocence Project that got behind him, and and I think his mother actually it was a case where she died before.
Yeah,
it's a good case if you pull it up. Darrell Hunt, North Carolina.
Oh Lord, I wrote South Carolina.
No, it's Darrell Hunt, North Carolina, 1984. And like I say, after they found the DNA, and I think the DNA had there were some technological advances that made it possible, but it took them 10 years to go through the process while this guy still rotted away in jail before they could move the system fast enough to get him out.
Yep.
That's just wrong.
That is true. There are some innocent people that are sitting in there, and then there's some guilty people that need to be put behind bars, and it's just walking free.
And he was offered a plea where he could take a guilty plea for time already served, and he rejected and said he would face trial and he was not going to admit to doing something that he did not do.
I mean, you can't blame him, though.
No.
Now, BTK's daughter did say, because she hadn't seen him in 18 and a half years, she did say that when she got there, he's in a wheelchair now, and that he is, I forgot her exact words, rotting to his core, I think that's how she said it, in prison.
This says, despite his new DNA results, his appeals were rejected on the grounds that the new evidence did not prove innocence. And they also, like I say, had testimony of the guy who actually did the murder, who swore up and down and had nothing to gain by lying, that he didn't know this guy, Darrell Hunt. He didn't commit the crime with him. He had never talked to him. He had never hung out with him or anything. But law enforcement absolutely would not let go of this bone. They were like a dog with a bone and swore to his guilt.
And the one guy admitted to doing it, the one who did it?
Yeah, there was another guy, and I remember all this because it was in the papers forever. He absolutely, they questioned him, and there was nothing for him to gain by lying. He was stuck. I think he had a life sentence or whatever, and he got on the stand in the appeals hearing and said, look, I don't know this guy, this idea that you, and he admitted that the detectives tried to push him to testify to this. Said, yeah, he helped me out, blah, 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 blah. He said, no, this guy did not help me. I did this by myself. I don't know this guy. I've never met him. So on and so forth. His DNA, like I say, once he identified that, wasn't at the scene, wasn't nowhere. And the other guy's DNA was all over everything.
See, that's crazy. Now, you have a guy who did it, admits to it, is telling them that the guy that they're saying who did it didn't do it.
Yeah, one thing that hurt, she worked for the local newspaper, West Salem Journal and Sentinel, so there was a lot of press on it, and that worked against him. And the DNA at that time, like I say, it wasn't as advanced, so it took time to catch up. But once it did, they held the pills up years and years. He spent 10 additional years out of just fucking meanness. I mean, there was no good reason. Yeah. And that's what just bugged me to no end.
Well, this Idaho case is just the opposite of what we saw in the John Benet Ramsey case. Here's the police saying it was Miss Ramsey and Mr. Ramsey. They're blaming those two, the parents. And then the prosecutor takes it to a grand jury. They get an indictment. No arrest. None. Why?
And I had forgotten this, but the guy, Darrell Hunt, committed suicide in March of 2016. He was 51 years old.
Yeah, that whole John Benet Ramsey case, I remember that. Honestly, I don't think it's ever going to be solved.
How's it going so far with this? I know he did some handwriting samples, and
some new guy came out.
Yeah, some expert says it's him, some expert says it's not. And the police said they already checked him out before. They're just going to let this go to a cold case?
That's what it seems like, honestly. That's what's going to end up happening.
That case never made no sense. I couldn't figure what happened, but it made no sense at all.
But the part I don't get, they got an indictment. Why wasn't there an arrest? Is it because they were rich, influential?
Possibly.
I never thought they had anything to do with it. I could be wrong, but I didn't get that vibe.
When I watched Dr. Oz go over all the evidence, even stuff we never heard,
Yeah.
then I went with that's an outside source coming into the house that did it.
Yeah, because see, they had another DNA sample, but they never made any they never said a lot about it, which I thought was crazy, and I don't know, it never made any sense. It's a good reason not to put your young child in all these beauty, whatever these little contests you.
Yeah, she was in a lot of beauty pageants.
I mean,
Charbonnet was.
Yeah, but people fail to secure their homes. That's the problem. Like this house, it's not secure. You think I sleep in there at night?
Hell no.
And I've got a Glock, and I've got other weapons and pistols all around me. You think I'm going to fall asleep in that house without all the locks and alarms and lights that'll go off? No way. And I certainly wouldn't let my daughter live in that house.
Yeah, and they had the money to have a state-of-the-art alarm system.
Well, first of all, the stupid landlord should have had better lighting and should have had cameras.
Oh, you're talking about Idaho?
Yeah.
Like I say, just a doorbell cam would have showed who came in and out.
I'd have had 3 or 4 cameras around that house.
That should almost be a law. If you got a rental property, you have to keep fire alarms and carbon dioxide monitors.
Right.
They should have some kind of minimal standard on security.
Right. I'm trying to find something in a motion real quick that they're talking about in chat, but I don't know if I found the right one.
And you want to talk about coincidences? One of the parents how long was it they were there before the crime? They tried to repair a door lock.
It was Xana's dad the weekend before the murders happened is when he came and replaced it.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not some kind of minimum standard for rental properties like that. I mean, you have fire alarms and you have carbon dioxide monitors, which I think in North Carolina, I know that's what it is, but we have no regs on minimum security.
Yeah.
I mean, a doorbell alarm,
at least a Ring camera.
That's what convicted the guy who killed my friend and neighbor 2 doors down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had a picture. They heard the bang bang, and they had his ass walking out the front door at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that should at least be. Honestly, I think everybody should have. They should have cameras on their house, but I think at least a doorbell cam. Even if you got a doorbell, just went up at your door, just for safety.
When I was in, we call it basic training, but it's the same thing as boot camp when I was in the Air Force. All right, we got armed guards at the front gate. And then inside our dorms, all the doors are locked. They can only be open from one way. That's for us to go out. But while we're sleeping, you know what? There's a guard inside.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a question. How many of you sleep with your door unlocked? I sleep with my door locked in my bedroom. So if something were to happen, I have time to roll over, open my nightstand, and get out what I need to handle the situation.
I have 2 locks on my bedroom door. And like I told everybody, you got to put 3 to 4 inch screws
There you go.
and your door jams to catch onto the bigger boards behind. Those little 3/4 inch and 1/2 inch screws aren't going to do the job. I don't care if you put 10 locks on the door, you can kick it open because the door jam's flying off.
But again, that
Right.
gives you that 30 seconds or whatever time to awake, grab what you need, and God forbid if I would ever have to do that. But you know, I'm not going to leave my door unlocked so the next thing I know, somebody's standing over top of me.
Yeah, all of our doors stay locked. Which I mean, we of course I'm on lives all night, so we don't go to bed around here till 5 or 5:30 anyway. It's almost daylight by then. But,
See, some people and even the detectives say that when Danny went into the homes, except for 2 of the girls, but on the other ones, they believe he went in there and nobody was home, and he just went under the bed or in a closet and waited for them to go to bed that night and got them.
wow.
So I mean, there's reasons why you should. And plus, I keep my doors locked because that's where I got my pistols back here. I don't want somebody to. I'm gonna make them go through all the difficulties they can. I'm gonna try to do everything I can to keep my firearms away from a burglar. Now, somebody who wants to come in and try to rob me, that means I'm right there face to face with them. They got a surprise. They hit the wrong house.
Yeah, that's the way I am, Riddler. They'll walk in the front door and they'll be carried back out.
And I'll be sitting on top of them eating a bologna sandwich when the police arrives.
Yeah.
Oh, bologna. Oh.
I say, here he is, right
fried
here.
bologna sandwich and a homegrown tomato. Come on, girl.
My God.
How about some spam?
Ugh. I'm out. At least a ham sandwich now.
Yeah. I just ordered some food from one of the places you see all people advertise on the internet, Factor, and it's good. I recommend it.
Wait, it's what now?
It's people use some creators have used it as sponsors as advertisement, but it's a home delivery meals, and it's called Factor, Factor, and I just saw it, so I jumped in there and looked at it. And with Mom, and sometimes it's easier to have something like that if it's good to heat up and let her eat it, and it's absolutely delicious for what it is.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I seen it on another creator. Like I say, he did. I guess he was getting a sponsor or whatever. I've seen others too, but I thought, well, I'm going to check this out. And they have a deal where if you sign up, you get this discount for so many weeks, like 5 or 6 weeks, and you basically are paying 10, maybe barely a little more than $10 a deal. And it's good. It's not like it's never frozen.
Mm-hmm.
It's shipped, never frozen. And like I say, it was very good.
I'll have to look into it.
Yeah. Like I say, well, my mom, she's 88, and I have to do all her meals, and sometimes it's hard to please her.
Right.
But I got this, and she liked it.
That's good. Yeah, some of them old people, not saying that your mama's old, but...
She's old. She's 88. She'll be 89 in January. You can say it. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
Well, she's lived a long life.
Yeah.
Exactly. But there are some older people that are just stubborn.
She's gotten pickier and pickier and pickier.
But they've lived that long life, so they earned that stubbornness.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
They've earned it, and they deserve it.
Scarlett, you know how I met Will B?
How's that?
He's a graduate of Wake Forest.
Uh-huh.
And at that time, Wake Forest had a dynamic baseball team last summer.
We had unbelievable.
And they should have won the College World Series, but the game came down between LSU and Florida.
Two great teams that could have went either way, and Wake has something to be ashamed of. They had one hell of a pitching staff.
Right. And then, of course, that same year, Florida won the national championship in golf last year.
I played golf at Wake Forest, Riddler.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that when we talked. And
I
I
was
said, what a
assistant.
coincidence, because I said Florida's playing for the and they had no business being in the national championship. They were way back seed, and everything just went right through that whole tournament for them, and they won it.
I don't get golf. Don't understand it.
Not to be boastful, but I was pretty good. I got a scholarship to Wake Forest, and if you know anything about golf, Wake Forest is about like Alabama is in football, and that's what they are in golf. And was assistant co chair from 87 to 89, 90. Good school. I enjoyed it.
I'm trying to figure something out that's going on in chat. Sally Mae's got me a little lost here, y'all. I think King Scarlet's lost too.
Okay, I'll help you. Wake Forest is called the Demon Deacons. They used to be called the Deacons, but a team played them one time, says they play like the devil. They ought to be called the Demon Deacons.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
They get that because they were a Baptist affiliated school for the longest time, and they finally dissolved that association, but that's where they get it from. We played. I'll tell you a funny story. We played South Carolina in football, and our fraternity was always getting in trouble. So South Carolina came to Wake to play a home game, and you know they're called the Gamecocks. So we made a sign up at our fraternity that said, "Our Deeks are bigger than your cocks," and we got put on double secret probation, to say the least. And it was on national TV, and I mean,
that is kind of funny.
They tore it down at halftime. They were so mad. The dean, he gave us a dressing down the next week at a meeting. It was crazy. When we went to school, you can't imagine this happening today, but we would get a brand new 55-gallon trash can from, say, Walmart, and make PJ, if you know what PJ is. It's a lot of fruit with Everclear, and it'll get you drunk. But we used to carry that into the stadium in our seating section and drink it. Now, to think that that could possibly happen in today's environment is ridiculous. But we did it, got away with it. It was funny.
I don't know. I don't drink, so I don't know.
I don't drink much hardly at all now, Scarlett. In college I drank, but drinking was never my thing.
Yeah, never was mine either.
But yeah, I'll never forget that sign and the dean coming up there and just literally he went crazy.
That is funny though, what you said about the names or whatever in the sign.
Said our Deeks are bigger than your cocks.
South Carolina makes their own jokes about that. They sell T-shirts right there on campus.
Oh yeah.
I guess somebody stopped them from doing it.
Which I don't even keep up with sports. Whether it's college or professional. If it ain't Big Brother, I
Does
don't.
the NFL start tomorrow night?
Well, I know I know college starts tomorrow night. It's going to be. Well, they already started last week, I believe. Sam
Hartman left Wake to go to Notre Dame. He was the quarterback that has set every record at Wake Forest, and because of COVID, he's played 6 years. But he had his first game last week, and he got off.
Yeah, they play that game in Ireland.
He is a Heisman candidate.
Yeah, they had a sellout over there in Dublin, Ireland on it. They played Navy. But tomorrow night is Florida and Utah.
Yeah, so I follow a lot of college sports. I enjoy sports.
My grandfather was a huge University of Kentucky fan. Basketball, oh my God.
Oh my God.
He loved the University of Kentucky basketball.
Oh, they were crazy about that.
Oh yeah, they go wild over that basketball. But here in the South, especially the SEC, I mean, the parties before and after the game are just so off the scale. The other conferences don't have that.
When I went to Carolina, whenever we would play Duke and beat them, and I went there for a year before I transferred, they would paint Franklin Street Carolina blue. uh, and I mean literally have 100 gallons of Carolina blue paint and just drop it out on the ground and paint the entire boulevard.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
Till they come to your school and do it.
That was when I was at Carolina. Yeah, stuff like that didn't get too out of hand, but
Well, like the biggest college thing that we have here, college team, is LSU, and then we've got the Saints.
Oh yeah.
Other than that, I mean, we have, I think, Southern University. I think they have like a decent team, and then we have a place called Centenary, who is like really big in basketball.
That's where Hal Sutton, the golfer, went.
And other than that, we don't. You know, that's the only ones. And then we got like Northwestern, the Demons down in Natchitoches. I think they're a halfway decent football team. But.
Y'all got the Raging Cajuns, and you got Louisiana Tech.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Tech.
Yeah, and the Raging Cajuns, they got a strong softball program, and they were doing pretty good in football. I don't know if I guess they backed off on it.
Riddler, do you watch very much sports?
All the time. I officiated high school sports, so I got to see a lot of the athletes now that are in the NFL.
Did you see the Little League World Series where
the home run?
Cal was up 5-1, and the guy hit the grand slam to tie it up, and then the California kid hit a walk-off home run in the sixth?
I sure did.
That was a hell of a game. I like that. I like watching Little League.
Philip wants to know, don't LSU play FSU this weekend?
They play, I want to say Sunday night. I want to say it's in Orlando, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'll find out.
I don't know. I don't ever keep up with it.
See, that's a $1 million enterprise, each school, those big schools.
Oh, man, it's cash cow.
They can bring in, it's nothing for them to bring in 50-something million a year.
They play Sunday. They play Florida State, is that right? September 9th? No, that'd be a week out, I believe. No, September 3rd.
September 3rd is Sunday.
Yeah, Florida State. Then they play Grambling. Hold on, I don't know how I did that. Then they play Grambling State.
Oh, we got Grambling here too.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, SEC football is it's dog eat dog.
I don't ever keep up with none of that.
There's rumor that I heard something the other day about Carolina and a couple other ACC schools possibly making the jump to the SEC. I'd hate to see that.
Well, they're talking about SEC or Big Ten switching school conferences because they're not getting their money that the SEC's bringing.
Well, there's a race to build the super conference so that you don't get left behind, and what they want to end up with is 4 super conferences, so that they basically gobble up all the revenue streams that there are.
All right, y'all. In about 5 minutes, I'm gonna be shutting it down for the night. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, y'all go do so.
I have hit it, and I have enjoyed tonight. Riddler, Starlet, all the people in chat.
Thank you for coming up.
And maybe we'll get some more good things to talk about on the.
I'm wondering if that document, if there will be a document that comes out tomorrow, saying that the judge is screening Wendy Olson, to have that pushed back a week, that September 1st hearing that they have scheduled. Because if it's going to come out, today's the 31st, which is Thursday, it would have to come out today, on Thursday, for it to be rescheduled before Friday the 1st.
Who knows? It almost sounded like in that one statement that, I don't know, I got the feeling maybe if everything went well that they might consider, I don't know. It's probably wishful thinking.
Just like Mike, thank you so much for that super chat. He said just a little something for all your time. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, so hopefully, I'm thinking like every few days there's going to be some new document that's going to drop in this case.
And there's also some other cases. I think the Stephen Smith case and some other cases might have something pop loose here before long too.
There was one that I've seen a lot of people. Is it Karen Reed?
Yeah, everybody says she is absolutely being framed. I have not followed that case, but to hear everybody talk, it's a total frame-up job. I don't know enough about it.
I might read it up on it and kind of get a little bit familiar with it, because I've been seeing a lot of people say that too.
And it's not just one creator; it's several saying that she has absolutely been railroaded, and I just moved my microphone in there. She has been just treated unfairly. I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read up on that one, and then the Rachel Morin case I want to read up on too, because I haven't. I only keep up with just like I said before, is scrolling through Twitter or Facebook groups or something like that, and somebody brings it up.
The Rachel Morin guy, he's going to strike again, I think. If he hadn't already, that we don't know about.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to have to get caught up on them.
Scarlett, if I can ever do anything to help you on research or anything, any groundwork, let me know. I'll be glad to do it. I got plenty of time.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, once all these documents start calming down in Bryan's case, and let's say the trial gets scheduled for like next year, I'm not going to sit here every night and talk about this case if there's no documents out. Now, if there's documents that come out, then yeah, I will. But if there's no documents, then I'm going to bring up some other cases to talk about in between that need attention on them.
Yeah, there are so many.
Right. KK, have a good night. So.
What time is it anyway?
I'm going to drop down to Scarlett and Will be. Thank you for having me up on your panel.
Riddler, you're a champ. I love being in your presence, and Scarlett, you as well, and everybody in here. So everybody's nice, and when we do disagree, we agree to disagree with respect, and that makes it interesting.
Right, and that's what I love about everybody that's in the chat. We can always agree to disagree and still be friends and be cordial with each other.
Yeah, I too want to thank everybody in chat. They always keep us honest and keep us on our toes. And I want prayers go out to anybody that's in the path of this storm. Yeah. They'll be safe.
Yes.
And let's always pray for the family of these victims and
right.
You know what they're going through, and we can think we know what they're going through, but I can't even begin to imagine that.
Oh, I even pray for the police officers and the first responders that had to look at this.
Yeah. I pray for BK's parents.
Yep.
Yeah, because, I mean...
They don't seem like monster people. They just...
Well, it's not... Yeah, you ruined the lives of the victims' families. But whenever people do something like this, it also ruins their families' lives as well.
Exactly. They didn't grow up wanting to raise a kid that did this. It's sad. Okay, guys, I'm going to jump off here. And,
good night, everyone, and so long from the Sunshine State.
All right, really, have a good night.
God bless everybody.
All right, we'll see you later. Thank you for coming up.
All right.
Have a good night.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here as well. So thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I will be back tomorrow night. Hope to see y'all all then. If y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so on your way out. And I will talk to y'all later.